O God, may your spirit and guidance be in us as we work for the benefit of all our people, for peace and justice in our land, and for the constant recognition of the dignity and aspirations of those whom we serve. Amen.
Minister
statement, Minister. Media Municipal Community Affairs Mr. Speaker, do go to Etako the KC, the Governor's Territories, Nikki Chugalaganda. The Tute K, Messi, through KC, Yitake, go Saris. Down the Sega Lighta, Mazoa, the immediate KC, Coco Sagu, Chasi, came. He see that song on the Didem Yagucha. Son Tana Kandisi Yagalagenda, Tana de Sagozen. The Agao Deke, Sila, Yesila Kagulia Gucha. The Chief Stanley Sangus, Mary Shanos, Mayor Andrew Charlie, Chief Daniel Masazumi. She sees who think Galagan Dati Teke, Tanditi Tuteke, or Tandikwa Gucha Gotude. Mayor Candace Jameson, Chief April Martell, is you song on Daisy, Candaisy go Galaginda, Futia Guchadako. Tazuka Gucha Kokata Tagadeti, residents Samacha province and Yuvik Kesi di Tishuka, Candaisy the Mini de Kotazakezi Zakandi. Mr. Speaker, as the government, Kadi Kandisi go again, the reality. To get on it, they can't do the any day. Kakandi go say now the year media go galata to listen. Kago was you can't easy question, can't do days you car, go zaiti, can't yadi, easy. In the heat, the Kandisi go zaita diti, business community government, the case goes diti. The Kandindes was a good idea in the Yunda, what to like a quick or gig diggity. Mr. Speaker, Little Quay, Good Hope, Jimmery, Eddie Tia, Hootly, God Series, the way. Quick on at the Liagodiji, January and March, the KC do are in the zone. It is the one that the Kandisi got attacked in the contract to say, Ami Janabli Tigo Galagin da, cause Ami the Arcan construction, you must go eat as a go. Edit ya, Kakagon DC, the Sena, the Eat a Kazi Gazanta, cause there's a good hope to Galagin da must go neat. As long as Dana Kisi, the Kandisi card, she's as a lovely co. Nahe saw that the Tuesday on it any day he would not do it. Is it a Kajugazanda, Talosi, the Kasi Kandisi construction the cave, Megala Dani, they come away the as go. Is your immediate the Kasi, color the Quinagitele, go to color. Nagade easy the flood damage on us, Masiguriti as on Nagade. Is it Hora Yudi, Clickade, Mezigote. Department Municipal Community Affairs KT tissue. Here will get that. TKC. Down there, Jim, it's a day on the Yunda 2022 any day. That hard is Yazo. Mr. Speaker, the two the KC person noticing. The flood the KC gun da. Is it the KC quota the KC gun? Is it Tennessee country quota, Codeton, Codeton, Zandia, Nesta. The Minister Archie, got the Minister China, must go to see Tinda quota, see a Congo Zakete. Cause she got the Jida Coney day, the premiers must go to Senate. Cause the Kandi the KC. Candidates goes out the government security to go again. Kaka Lasana Kikandi go like Tazagon. Halosiko Tazigo Aguchazi. As long as Kaditi and there's also the government got take his Kandigo Nezu cannot need here till in the Massi. Minister, Health and Social Services. Masi, Mr. Speaker, do Dene Zhatıé members the on kota today choose labor the Daniel of Hospital Kabucha. Our wrong she met the tiare, the Kago Tini, Dene Zhatıé, Kandisi, Dene Zhatıé, Liani, the Edmonton Tago, Ishi Tion Dele, the Kandi Kago Tini. Kunazan Diazon Ku Kagote ini deko de ji do jogala to hall the season at Temwatego de Kagoti. The counties in Lago de Gina Hedegaudi, the Tuta Koni Simigulia. Nakite Kesi, the staff shortage in Honda, a con Alberta, Tuta Simigulia, Tila, Chodute Nahete Dalositeke, Silly, $20 make it the Indiani demo with the Azondi. Mr. Speaker, the Tuta Tute Yalana Meguli and the Kati Zimetaza Denila, the 2 San Yalana Hospital. Is the cousin Lani de Kati Kagon de Azago, staff is la car, you honors a go to Yaugindi. Is it a canny de patient, chu go to Jugogindi. Continue de tule si catule cogos and agidi tule cat agidi tule cesel de casi gaganda. Staff chuka cotagendia, the patient with a more easy contain de dishin de zura gotati as a goti. The NCHS case the go. Hagalagenda di si keni te tenisi yuda Edmonton Jazelia de keni te satani nigo gile go zagendi kandini te kwage keni te kako iti te kia te go kandini te zo satule go zaudi si te keshu kandini te tule di kandi go zati tusene go zan NCHS Hesi ka 71 clients is agindi di teke. Kote 13 families kandia ye tesi tu kandida go zauti kote employers is agindi go zagendi teke. Isi teke. Da tu is teke sin la ka families sin kote ji kote gaudi is new in 31 families sin. Employee programs as without 26 non-insured health benefits Kotseshu Kotautia Tibu program 7 low income Asia key metain dealer Kotsugoto Diali Titi Kandisi Honda Tisamba Zeki Onzeki without Dila. Timagatan Dane, Mr. Speaker. Tennessee County the program Sigwa with a carni la to get a dezeke. Cotta Chumete Honet Ani de Cotsautia anti-HSS Cotandia Dule, the down di Hajigini the occasion. Statue do Edmonton Tego Jagundi Gozagendi, Mr. Speaker. That is a case without the Kennedy as wrong patient. He said, the yellow life is that you go Jagun Lindsay. That's a duty. The NTHSS cover courage of vision teleco. Can't you get the duty you would say in a hick, make a city in Lindy. The members say NTHSS card you would say. Tiwa sao te tutani ye dage de chu kayen dadia si kaganeta ne zagi legenide. Yun dago gasi di staffsi kandisi nursing shortage in de cause the pandemic kalati si the wasn't a weekly gulia gucha. It's a honeta the nation so cause national nursing code dagodi ke till not to go na zagendi. Is you would say go togi hard June with that. Because they say staff in October shoe goes out the agogin lock the county that Tao not to go to go talking. because you can't the contract statute kala go tauti. NTHS is issue two leg go to province go second the Indian territory sake. Do go taste that tauti kala go to these $100,000 the coins a case go go the Jida Koyan. NTHS is issue. Car staff is saying. Kulia le ajite ke go tata la go agos na tezike go teni de asine chad. Masi staff go de sienes. Tije ke sin kandini de tule go tagendi ye kandu enti HSC kala kandi sin 1/4 shite ke shi December kala na gitele. Ejite ke kasu dele. Itati normal labor and delivery service ke gande kenetele. Tati kao te ke sin eti tishuka amiri ta kandi galagen ta kao te si hidi tana wagin lanezwa. Ejite keda ti si staff si tenida. Kandi ni te ko galatan tani te nezu tane ketsan di te ke si kandi ane. Ti ajiri te ke si te onza tu le staff sagendi. Ajonze ke ni te la ti staff si nezwa te le azegon. No te ni de ti te ode ti aze lago te ni de ti si la tene si go gago te ne te jago kwai tazo ti kandi ana ti go reguli si katule ti staff tagendi ko te ni de katule galagite ti program si kadi si la o stand ne sagelia kamorishon ko de ji ti kandi ze ke si galata ze ke ti kandi tene kandi staff ke zentu go de ji ta oze kandi ze ke si go de ji ante si koni gani de Mr. Speaker NTS si kaya sin di chua de oze si gala indage ni de si kamorishon ti ze ke si ka si ze ke si stand de mogo zan de azon kandi ze ke si tane in lege ni ze si go tu ke na ga de sha ju mo ti azon tu di pandemic se one ta kandi si me jo staff hu le go dan the ministry is kamorishon de ozen de zo li hi za magalaita ka staff ko ze si stand in union ze ke si ze ke ko ita union workers ze ke shu ko ze chu leadership ko ze ji stand in health authorities ajon ze ke si ka tadi ka mo guti azgo stand leadership ka team organise ko ze di anji ko nda de galaganda tule tandia khida ko galaganda ze ke ade de tule khigadi uni di si yunda go gal stand leadership issue yigaganda ajon the ko la na ti te egalaji te ze ke go de ti compensation ze ke go de ti en da de gwaganda department si working group si egaganda tu ti staffing level ze ke si kantiende zo sa aji di la tu le staff tandi ko ra te tandi ko sai ti ze ke si kantiende tu le tene si kanti tu ko ga le ki te si tu le jini ze chu e ti ka le atu le department si ka finance go galaganda ko aji la tu le la aji la tu le ti staff te ke ji te hani de ka tu le ka le stand chief operating officer eti ti ka ko ton staff on la yegala inda hamiri ta tane de la cha cha ti si yu ka general ge ni mo ru te ya NTS yu in da de gwaganda staff te ke si ti leadership gwagiti ko sa ki ndi la ta ke ni yu da ko sa ni de ko na de te ke ta gu lia o de ti te ke ka ta me ta sa te ke o ya ne kan du ka ro ji me ta za ti ti ko de ji te ko the patient te ke si du je ji ko ja si ni kun di Edmonton staff te ke ji da members si because the department is a wrong mandate quite a hidi, condemned Satu Lisi, tisu tajika tu le chomegu lienti, ishausindi masi. Masi member statement, Techo. Masi, Mr. Speaker, Titu ko seisi li ti kotazeke o gusene. Ti tu ti bilan dia go ze izeke ni de izeke gatan. Ile ni de ti jisesi la jat. Ti zeke kagotiata ne sonsi ke nandil kandi e jagoti. The arthritis cancer guja the aronte ke ja simoneji the duka ja jisu duka ja si ta tela sa la du le se na te yo du geti the kandia na ke de wi dia zong suka ja na yi se ji te ke sa go zang de da zhen ji go zhen di ji go zhe ja yan Health and Social Service kandi ze keisi la ka di kon di ga ni ge ni la da 2018 ze keisi he kandi tene si diabetes ze keisi te kya yin a te hali
This information is about 4 years old and does not appear that the
di kon di sin la tin ga ye ton ho liang de he da me ga la ta je go on ne zwa ze le
is not known. Mr. Speaker, the report also states the NWT has a high rate of ambulatory care since
di ze ke tu te son lan di e ja kandi di on te tu te go tin de Jimogo tiazon o mitsoha kaadana chi le zeke jagun dieni de kowago tene tego zao tiazagon ta Health Minister no te ta do keneti zeke de masini masi ti zeke mo go sene se tu hesi agent healthcare si go gatni lande nezo agent zeke ta di service desi zeke si gatsan ta zagon Dene Zhatıé kandi si lokum go te ti si la di kandi si ken di gere a son lang di kandi kagwa ti le here tu sale go zo ken a ni te ta suwa sa si la ki ki ga zo a ja ge ti le kandi le ka mo go ti a zo zo go se dene son kandi si e ga la gi ti si ga ko ta Mr. Speaker si kandi dene Kendia security la sezzeni de ka tenesi se zata ke den dia zo ko ta ze ke go ze hu ji ko ta xin tane kan di ze ga la gi de ji ka xi dia ni ge ni ti ya le e ju go dia ze go kena di kan di pandemic ke si me ze hua da song a si ka ze de ji ga la zin da li shu na cha me ta de ja me woi tia zo a shi ni la me ta de a di ti ko ti sa kan da me ke si me ti hon le ta shi u ti na he de ti na ki tu te a mi li la go zai ti ya ji ko na te na ge de sha te ke si son kan di e kon te gun di NWT zo le a ron Canada ji na ki kan di ze ke gai ta ni de te ne kan di ko ze go zai ti ya ni de ka ko zai dia zgon di ze ke xin la HAC di ju ka ko zagen dia zgo tan di tu le a zon tene si ke di ze ke ko zagen dia han dia ne zo se ya ji ne zo se ya ji dia tu le han din de tene si ki hini ne ti le ya di healthcare staff ta san ni ti a zgo Nintandi kuti zeki. Ta question is after the minister zeki. Ta do kenen di masin.
Thank you, member for Haver South. Member statements. Member statements. Member for Nanakput.
Tu ne nak put. As all healthcare workers, the region using much good shin. The KC la 10% de shin. You that's a good say. The 18 positive kala ike ko galagan that the kota COVID a jaji the masi staff con DC galagin da masi the what's in the health center education. Masi good as yazo a DC con di ko galagan that the KC the dante south good tagin the masi good as ya SEO Hamlet staff education. Very education masi good. Tajonsi nezu agusha masi ajitake lezekezi mezu aju agusha. November 26, Health Organization COVID-19 konisi hutli yeguragini the almond content. Ishi news ganda 6:1 ganda. Adwa 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Adwa Edmonton taja. Ishi kareta klawati. Kiti za kesi ki mekyodi chonle ishi za kesi. Tada hieza tu tenze xian dia sonle. Aji la meze hone ta lai zao di li si se leadership kwa nai se di ziko ta zeke. Ta ji zeke andira ole. Ta lo si zeke yang lai report was. Isi di kanti ni de di COVID test xia ze lia zong ya tala kya gende de. 이 시카고는 대야서고 두고자 며칠 스피커 저 가고 잘난 뒤네 다 가고 뒤가 해고 이게 제때적이에요. 그때 그런 특제 계시 소 제시 기간이 백신하고 잘해지 계시 고안했지. 아시송 나 코타제 계시 간지 가긴 고자 디야서 디 어디디 다 아이솔레이션하고 제 이제 개주면가 코고티 아즈고 이지와르시 디 아시오 셰제제 한데인데 키오나고 다자자 디알레 디 코비드 뉴제제 티니데 COVID testing was a dandy Megatan Megatan Tinde, she had in London is on the Mikudichua. Candigo Kalashu Mekala Tazago. Ta Sikno, when I say the COVID going like had Chinese there at Dagondia. Is a Casey Gaitas and as a secretary, Editiana Gagan Diagit, Editiago Tazago. Dandy di kandi ze kesi ko chago kyo tiani deneja ko ta ze kesi and then SAO hamle ze kesi tu go zaten premier dai do kene di COVID secretary ze kesi on there dai do kene di mashi a new twin lake
Staff, it was disturbing for me to hear on the different occasions that some members of the public service are not completing this training.
Nana tanesi di kwa go tene tezeke a new education. Nana taneki go kwa ne tele izeke da magazan dani de di mo la zeke we shu de onzen natse di indigenous people was jira mo la di dandi di ka di ka go di do this occasion. The clear tag let the ten as go. A ron tanazi li and daketi little corny de Kati Lagalan Dane Zumikis as go. Kagon dile to Canada years or go to the NWT Zero Kagucha to the racism de Honda. Go to nation condisi Kola child was in a unity, Koja house a stay recently on it. Is a cake on Diana Murati. Da na ho ti si long kan di si ka di ko chui da chia de zar kan di si za ko di ki den di kan di si mi cha kwe kwe ko de zen ni ko ti le long da ke na wa gi te kan di ka ze hi ni de long da na kan di si de ja kan di kwe ka ke na ta yi ju xiao de me ga zhen da zhe gong government is ya mu lao ju da te wa zhe Dene xin lo de zhen ko wa ko zhen de te zhe ke ani de a zhong go da ka ni la zhen de jo ya wi ta tu public go ga la da zhe ke xin ji Dene xin la 60% si a zhong de public service ke xin da no si kan de xin la public service ke xin mind ke de ko ni de na ho ti como coni o da kanti tane kotura daga aji kanti ko che yao jin dili ya the ministry da ju kene yi te kia masi Mr. Speaker, the residential school supervisors te kia Magogu sene se ja miri te kako tatse ke te shi de ga kan tani de onze shi te ne ga tsa ke ndigi ni klong ga di ze ti sa go ze shi ga di shi ta kan trauma counseling yi te ke na chi ni ti a kan di de gu za zhen di kan di de zo la ja miri te ke shi go ze counselor shi o ge ni de a ze go ta lo shi mental health worker shi ga gen ta 교교기를 저 디칸디 가고 뛰니데 가고 가고네 돈에 당디고 사겐 디제 계간이데 간디하고 있더니 디제 계신 라카주 다시간 거야 치우고 잘래 간디지 디여다 당디야 고자디디야 스카운슬러 시간디야고니 캔다지 디칸디제게 손바게즈 디게니 데데 가고 자세 디야고 되고 띵데라 가고니 na xia zhong tan ru kan di xin ye da ge tiong de le tan ne song kan di ka ge ni zo ka me go ti ya zo NWT yong de 11 ko ji li tiong de di ko sao di ze ke ga ni de ta di xie ka ze ti ya ka di ministry ya dan di yi da ministry xi la dang di ya ki Kandila tata kote tala di kandi kako tini de tiong de le di pandemic don di tiesa ministry sa in tasa ta di tiesa i tse kon dio li i tse ke kandi kako di le ke tsaya don i yi ni tsen di ke tonk nana tena tan te sao tsen na ki re i ta nana si la ka sao tsen na ki ra i ta di si tene si te ki lo to ke ni She did in London is a coating on the Azon, the Casey, La Timora, the Azon, and the Tisson, she does the dizzy target on the is a key. And you car, Magazan Dani de Hajidi Tekigala, that's a case of Mora Tiazo, containers on as letter Adule, containers of Tule Cazelli, and use it. We got the DNA, the Giaconeta go get around the Massy, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Great Slave. Member statements. Member for Thabacha.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm going to speak again today about the need for more access to aftercare services.
The aftercare service is you will go say it. A media target is a case. The mental health disease is at the advice to kill more one day. Kakam diagutejo. The pandemic, the Honda Ruti Gulia Gusha, goes out the Kigani de Godeji Kakadesi. Indeed, that's a gata is a case. Mental health addiction services, the pandemic is the other Godeji Metazatia. Godeju, Mete Honda Shu. Hemako Lagala Zandago de Yi. Mashi New Wellness Recovery Center gets here to real life. Mashi needs the Kazati Tanajin, Night the Shiazi, Saudia, Metata de Indiana. Tati Kesi, Kantisi Gatan Dandin is Tana the government see, Kantisi the after care see, New Guinea or Recovery Center in line they do take out in the Kantisan Nezua. Kantini de Jesa. That's only Denezo. Yundago, I see Candice Chini Denezo. Kotaki, if you take out in Dega. I see Kadeshida, say South Portsmouth, South Slave, Eugene, Candice after care for centers in use of Chidesi. The after care facility neutly only de Nezua. Hajon Candiza, the Nesi to the Gotazandi. Twitter Chiagres Kenide. Candia Lazan is Udines. It are Candide Tule got addiction is it. Candigo Ticate later Keganide Ka after care follow up the case you got as go. Minister that you can it is a case you would. Machine.
Thank you, Member for Thabacha. Member statements. Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. One of the key indicators for evaluating how a health system works is wait times. And right now, you can go to every other jurisdiction or every province in Canada and look up their wait times. And I'd encourage people to do this. If you go to the BC one, it's actually quite an amazing day.
Do not say the case you go say that. Do not today that to the hospital the Koganda. Then as long as the healthcare system. Can't go that old sensi in Tagotas and the Kiani units actually. The county the Kani demetazati. Now those territories says in the Tauti with the Dera Hule. As only county only. Tizeke County Katin Lani Deshu, the Nation is the Nagade, Tan Niego, usually don't. Is the Kita, Moozela Taget is the Cation. Tata South another is Modash. Mr. Speaker, the Dera the Cation, Nagatani landed is Watago the Cation, or the Atulegon is Uso the Lizek. Candida to Tauti, Yamuratile. She's a constituent, Editiosh, Sula Gaesi, Metazan Diageti. Tatu is he. Sula was another Edi Sahale. Candida Kivas and Dawanis. Tam, Mr. Speaker, Tita Kenatre is a Kotini de Ethiotakazatin. Nana Tana the guy was easy. Nagere, not to go to Niki Tasty was a good yone. Then a condition metagory the ending. Mr. Speaker, Department Lakai and Daddy Galaganda, Candigo, Katia, Sita, Kaji, the other electronic system Niki to take at COVID-19 the occasion. Dakadeki, I see. Hoggy was a seizure taking La Masico de Siasgon. That department see, I see Kandi, a slightly denizua, the department zeke. Masi, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Yellowknife North. Member statements. Member for Mumfwee.
Mr. Speaker. Okay, today I'm going to be talking about housing again.
Portfolio. Northwest Territories, the Kazika, the Kaya, Quan, Yagun Lily, to the Gotland Day. The Quete Kasi la Koi Kanti NWT resident says here, Kika Yawaka Tele, Tene Kanti Kogini Zek. Then the song to take out in day, see, the diamond mine agalakite, could say any day, go sun and resource the key industries the key. The without the agalakite, then the Kanti galakite. That there was a last knowledge, only go to good day Chile, could sign D to go Tazek. Teacher Casey at the nation, Nezutile, the Vasson Chico to second day, Cantigo. And she got a rate the 11 tiati. Lanas got any day, I see go de tea, is a queen again, Diagogi. Mr. Speaker, it's Tion Tele. Carden a hot is he go say, Laguna Zugalaki Tele, Kumot Island. Handiat the nation on Diego Lausi, Kaganeta Coacodigi, which go sign Dizek. Down dear Lanas are Hitler, down dear city clear. Tico Tizi now is the case here. I see corner the comic Yodaso. Titandi, Koya, old is the case. Megatan does go. Cause I don't do Tennessee, Kogalaita, Tizeke. Now got has a case you need Kamagaita, long, low income. The government I see, cause the program is Galagan, the harder you get each with the case. Taji the case lati, Hatanda, the shim. The other to see me took a yassel, Sago soon as a day in a gosety. Nahoti, she can't dear, go go de ji, go new ditch, the cardia the portable houses is jagged. If she can't issue, Tonsu Quen can't dear good lead. Then I can't do some basocket chin as it. Nahoti. I want dash can't easy go right as go. Minister I do Canadian Massey.
Thank you, Member for Mumfui. Member statements. Member for Kamlik.
Mr. Speaker, our seniors and elders are the fastest growing population in the NWT. Over the next decade, our seniors population... You know, I need 80% of the tian. I see that my right, mechanic tazon. Down the good idea, the qualification. Can't you go as you go, question good teleco, the down the target as the ketati mo good tele. 65, the others see like a diabetes a good love. I see that down the magaita, down the mechanic taz is a key. It's case la Mr. Honda, the Canadian delay, see a jago, yonder, the diabetes in Honda. See a kyogerejo. Down did a lago, get India, down there was idea, the Tanakandi any day. And did allow see the case. Mazata the any day, Yakagana Taz go, Kagoti. And you see Agoti. And Yago de G Agoti, Tanakandi go dear any dandy. That is a case like a tiny day, so long the candidacy, Scott has a kedeco, coagudigi. Not to go wrong, coagudigi candy carries his there. The candidacation. Get the dead a kedeco coagudigi. Nahe on dollar down dear. 90 died the other coagulaita. Haji is a kekantiam and daddy was and that's a kissing. She a gala down there. And you go to Gardner told the Godigi, Cotasan di the K any day. So the dimension the TC, Tago Gendi, the Taki cannot and deal it the K giant. 2031 day as a Tiagon the end. That is the Casey Gatsanta, is that he the Condisi Gatsanta and Tennessee. I made it a Condisi. Yagalan Dashi the Kaji, Yagana cause I didn't take the caregivers occasion. Cause a tiny tears go. I didn't do it went outside in the mercy.
For Kamlik. Member statements. Member for Framley.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. I'll talk today about problems with the federal energy efficiency grant program that are preventing NWT residents from receiving program benefits, saving
The program benefits the Kegoku Senate, the gas the Kezia. Dako Taisi, Quasi. Is the federal government is some Bagogani 5,000 is private homeowners energy. Can't you work in it? How do you teach a case ka application could say as go? How to energy lines it is all can do take like it in the Halley. Do you own $200 they could take why the any debt not delegate? He thought the case in La Magazan does go. Then at long the energy efficiency target any day. 이디 자총 공시 강지 개다 되고 저기지 카드 되고 자서 이제 개하고 이주면서는 디니 되네죠. 디시 되게 전에 가지고 하고 전에 대니 가나 다르네죠. 또 되고 인데 라키우트리 가지고 뒤래 이제 개뭐 하고세. 한디랑 라이즈레 기가고 전화즈레 대오전 나네. Kandize Kezi, the Ozasa Minister Infrastructure de Kezi, Kandizi go Galanda, he Kandizi the Kigulia land Nizuad, the Kandiza Canada Green Home to see Tule, the NWT the Kiguzakendi, not the minister died to Kennedy the Kega machine. Nahende. Masi, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, September 3rd, 2021. Gunners Paulson, 64 Magayo Mahule. Jamunde, Chris, Kozame Zhatıé, Joanna C. Kenny, Christian Tanchi, Hannah Paulson, Koze William and Amira Tanchi. Gunners, yes, Saskatchewan Jamagundi. Koze Kieta Hacha, Solandi, Kandisi, Tute, Gotland, Saskatchewan, Iceland, Kotanaji. 1980, Sina, Dute, Northwest Territories, Dute, Dechon, Deji, Kandi, 1980, Chol, Legion. And you saw your life say that. Gunner saw sea Kandi Galanda, Clay, Survey, House Minister Dam Mine. Then Neutli Galanda, and you is your Galanda. Because Masi Gunners, Magwata, Tiwati Ban, Asia, Moti, Kaka, Daisy, and the Yikidisha. And Digo, Late Kesi, La, Talosi Galandazi, or Hauti, Adio, Komochi, Kotali, Ya, the Ozenes, Mojashi, Masi going to Mejajar, the cousin Dedicata Candisi. 이게 뭐 슈티안 저 사고 제신 대내적인 데니데 내주고 건데 아주 가고 싶은데 데메가 슈리 아주 디케제 계시라카 이거 저는 디칸디니 데데 어제 대내신의 주 그제건 대안의 주메뉴고 되니데 칸디아 이따 저저 카티 대신 칸디니데 듀레 모티 송 군디 듀테 고틀인데 카메테메테 울루 카송지야 모티지 마시게니지 그기린 디게니제 디아미 간을 교그레 자시제케 마시 네즈메 잔디 네주 모티시 유이제케시 듀지고데 지지 마시게네 메튜케시야 마시 스탠드 메디컬 스타프 나티고 nurse aid 이제 모티시 그 다시 가디 나테 사시야 미게디 거제 마시 주기니데 거제 차드기 마시디 Mr. Speaker 카 메테하고 마시 대신 마시가 my thoughts and prayers go 우리 마시 member statement.
Questions, returns to oral questions, recognition of visitors in the gallery. Recognition of visitors in the gallery. Acknowledgements. Oral questions, member.
All questions here south. Minister of Health Tadukin. Situle Nahete Kati, the Department of KCA. Ajitan the College Situl Nate Kati.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for the question. For the month of December, there will be 77
is a locum services NWT year. December 103 take go the we got the guy in October 31st go to see is the case that the county Northwest Territories Health Service Authority take 11th community health worker goes a clear take nurse practitioner goes a clear therapist 26 registered nurse. That is a case got and Dani Della June 338 frontline workers a galakite. There are 1,509 on the Tiajon territory of Massin.
Oral questions, member for Haver South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can the Minister tell his Assembly if these positions are concentrated in YK or throughout other communities as well? And due to increased vacancy of healthcare professionals, is the department looking to local?
And Social Services.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the NWT Health and Social Services system has always relied on locums, and that is still the case.
Health and Social Services case at the locum got a teaching and dig it out. Containers or Saka, a season contest to them that could take the end, and they are with the end.
Haver South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, can the Minister confirm if locum turnover is something the department considers real? Something constituents say is happening and resulting in inadequate and untimely community health care. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The healthcare hela down the IND is a Kedamokaya TZN.
Services.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, locums are self-employed, basically. They come here on short-term contracts and they make
locums are contained their contract. I get it, and I can't get it. Kikam go to the Jean Tele go to employers to see down the target education. Dalaka locums to see card, not then I get in Kageti. Can't you? As all the card, you go to the night on the end of the teacher, Damolan de go to Zion. It I can't be patient as it do go guilty. That is the issue car. Locum to see the clinician got and is hospitals oil. And in the Zoza Tennessee, to the go to Gutendeji, not Zagendi. That the is it a care, got and Dashi, a wrong health care to care, who please you, the NWT oil co, a joint day cargondi. That is the case in Magaita. See to let the other Tiasi Cletarji take. John locums oil co, Kosana sees you method land and the end, you must see.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, an issue that is discussed is that some healthcare staff is the inequity in the treatment between permanent staff and locums. It is assumed locums are treated better when it comes to compensation and time on the job. Can the Minister confirm if this is an issue and if
Minister Jizeke, locums Kerasi Metanagauni Lajizeke.
Minister responsible for Health and Social Services.
Yeah, thank you. The terms and conditions of the collective agreement set out the compensation and benefit.
The locum nurses, the contractors, the good out. The Tekiko Senitali are the Kegani day is the NWT head on the Lenny. Masi.
Oral questions, member for Nanakput.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today my member statement is on COVID-19 and what are our safety precautions that we got going forward, and it was for the COVID Secretariat for the Premier. Mr. Speaker, my residents and my leadership in the Nutput are concerned that travellers are coming from outside the
Then Kandi get Northwest Territories only get the Kandi Koko Tazagan de Kotagoda Church Kesi again de Zeni de down there the COVID-19 Kokazan Tale Jiwa Yendi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So I'll start by saying that there's a couple of factors with that. The transportation of airlines is governed by Canada.
Airlines like Canada, Transport Canada, yeah, it's a caucus. It has she caucus. It has it's a Candiago. Talosi, Tennessee County, Talaka get Dene de Editia government like a teacher, Honda Cargo Cars and Eston. Cantico, Kilo took a seat. Yatalaka as a teacher got and does go. Is it a got and Dani de 91% of sea got and the vaccination take what's a 5%. Did a killer like he do candy test a thick on the Candy the casing, candy a good thing. The test the case on tele. The Tennessee candy, cargo cars and net on Radia candy at Alaganiki down. Go candy got in the 2 at Alaganigo Lago on. It's a Ketamo Gundation. To go to young life, Kozagati and new with a Keta Coney there. Coach the Katie got and Danny de vaccination at the because they couldn't. Because the Andini Diki Katia Ligeti has all the courtesy. She the Tadichi, Lakati, Candida Kizia, Candio Gatandas going, you must see.
Premier, member for Nunukput.
Mr. Speaker, I thought it being Yellowknife, it would be an automatic yes to get a testing machine at the airport. We have a 20 million revolving fund.
Yellowknife Kandi machine say only then is you are. Candio, Mr. Speaker. Na he could talk about Chile, Candina had sent or Gioza Hitler. Kakandisi, na Hejana data, na Tana data down there. Could say she take Casilla down there and you with JC go judge he can't do go in the is take Casey. So outside committee, she can't do go is she was. Oh, dear, Mr. Speaker, you are in the machine.
Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. A couple of questions there. I'll try to answer them. The reality is when an outbreak does hit a community, such as Tuck was hit, we don't move people outside once the community.
Kids a 6 feet got out to Dindi. I wrote a COVID that in a heretic and not dealing. I wrote a nation, local government, and see the case. Kako thought the COVID, sit down, they make it in Disney. You get could have the plan good living there down there. That come a good issue. The court tago kaka on the Kotago that sells the case. COVID got our Johnny Curry at the targeted machine.
Member for Nunukput.
Mr. Speaker, every community has a community plan in regards to COVID right now. That's not the question. The question is, will...
But the plan will go sad to see that the case, the airlines can't go out the sad to see. The Tesla in line and the car too late, I'll see JC, delay at a lot again at IGWRS. The Kotago Chilemiki on Gene Segaris. The so issues can't this so when I can eat the Jiwaris. When I can eat the Jiwaris in your massy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think that goes back to the first question about getting tested in airlines. At this point, we're not looking at doing that because that is...
Nakitu Kala Kazikele, then she can't do she COVID Metzelesi. Metzenesta can't do 이시카곤데 제디디 타사고 줄레리시 칸디아 어쩐다 소다 내시 칸디 시 인레 시해 이제게 다시 칸디아레 다 나히 아조지나게 골라레 나히 디제케지야 다 나히지 아존라게셀라 디 칸디시 제케니 데야고라 첼데니죠 에센디 칸디아 나코 타지고 기티니 마신
Final supplementary, member for Nanakput.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, because it's travel in the NWT, will it make people pay themselves $262.50 to get tested? So, Mr. Speaker, going back, can the Premier provide a lessons learned of COVID?
The COVID-19 zekela etanti yugalaginta COVID secretary situna zekati the county zekesio ko zechu situle the response team mesi county ko tazage lego zende the teneshi the leadership target the county zekesi kanezu county ko kalatana county kalandashi na zagendi nezu andi machine.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Absolutely, we'll be doing a lesson.
Kakaditya is the case. Kocha Siru Tisio. COVID Kimikudi Choledagon de Kesia. Candio Ka Metehondaisi Nakika Kuwai Denesi Togotene. Meta de Zaitia Gucha Tizeki. Candigo Ki Asishi Zekesi, Desi Oditiagon Cow Desio. The COVID case, Candida Kotaro Sizeki Candigo outbreak Guchana Kago Zaiti, a Kurida, Tandigo Galata the case, Candiati, Mr. Speaker, the Ozan is Yathitli, Kotazeki community government, Edi Tunazagan Diaz ago, Edi Tiago Taza Yago Lane, a Jose Case, Tegalagan Dazago.
Questions, oral questions. Member for Nivik Twin Lakes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And with regards to the rolling out of the Living Well Together, I'd like to ask the Minister of Finance, what is the target date for, or if there was a target date?
The agent, the training, the case, staff are working at the
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this was launched back in March.
March 2021, the agent, the nation, and this March 2022, got any day employees going to see can get there at the end.
For Nivik Twin Lakes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, since I only get 4 questions and I'm not allowed to switch ministers, can I ask the Minister of Finance, since it was created in her department, to bring this to Cabinet for the discussion to make sure that the prior...
Responsible for finance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'll bring this to my colleagues. I know they're all listening.
So this is what the Kadushina Kasiketo, Tizakina, here mandatory on and not the staff the Kazia. The candidate Kiwagos and Tezakiani de Kalmakudicho. Then the song Kandisi, Coagos and the Tezakini de Ka, Nizugote Gaudi, Kagoto is a Laco. Catulate Ozanatsia Hitler is the case. Member cat is a Honda. That is the case as Roshi, like a go ora, the trainer, the London is your. Nezu de Coagos and a Teddy. Do the Gotlin days a only get the deco car, like hugely without the and the machine.
Questions, member for Nivik Twin Lakes.
I'm going to get the yeses today. Okay. So it's, as I mentioned in my statement, it's been brought to my attention. I've had a lot of discussions with a lot of different staff, especially since I came to Yellowknife in different areas, the nursing issue.
Andigo, Ejitekela Situle, Shi Azele, Ajidi Tekesio, Anagi Tekesio, Antini Desa, Ki training gay upon the Galiketi, Kandushi Ya, Monani, Shi Kandi Tekesim better to us. Da Ejizeki was you, Kadisian, Sandy, Massi, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I share the member's view that
Ka member that Dizeki Ka Medeto.
and it wasn't the first time the member raised that with myself, and so the department's well aware. But there's techniques where you can't advance.
Katia Ronza Kezi Taco Zain Diane, Kezi Kandi, Sini Chu Zeki Goza Si Huazanda, Asimo Zataki Kandi, Kamagai Tati, Video Zeki Tatasija. Ita Tizeki Sinam Honda Si, Tanesi Kandigo, Hagalaita. Antigo, the Tanesiga Tanegin Liane, the Tagini, the Honda Si, Kamakani Town, Ka. Magazan tanezu. Da ka tule megazan tade. Sago ze magala ta kandu ka tu gazile. 3,700 employees win la hetza di train zeki. Asi tlongazan tade ji zeki gani de. Da na kiaji tati le zeki ji aga kala gota tadi tiazon. Di zeki ji ne zushu. Thank you,
Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the Minister for that. I think the one thing that
that's easy go any desitule ye target the training zeki a go ze kandi zeki a si kandi mago seon teloni de ite a si que de joji zeki warasi masi. Mr. Speaker, ijite kesi yigo guin desi la a ron kandi a go land go ze katu leshu go zao di zeki si da si zeki si kandi ko zao di zeki gani de ka hen de si a go ka go ka zna ta gu de ko ti ko the supervisor shu he ita di zeki ni de department si ko za na de ne se a di ji ta ge le zeki ji a ko se ka shi ne di ko na le zeki ta ze le a ji zeki yu ni si da gon de ani de ne ju a ita ji zeki Tia rosa che si come chiuso adesso. Ah sì, il suono di tutte le cose in te. Te par takla da sekai le di kimuri sono. Kandigo dice che si kandi kagen lani de tule di tiesa naga gechu. Ajigulia was a lezekesio. Masini.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Decho.
Masi, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, according to the Department of Health
and Social Service 2021-22 zeki ko ta tse ko asi di diabetes issue ko sogin den nezwa. Minister at the February 9 zeki te choice ka VHR ko 2021 December. Minister si tule kasandi Thank
you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the member for Dacho for that question. So primary health care reform goes beyond the traditional healthcare system, and it is a system-wide initiative to provide culturally safe and relational
healthcare system all around. Ja, zonze kezi ko now the issue that down. Taji the Kenny there see seni the tini de tule the region zenya the choose naga down di go the dia tule. But any day 대대시 고 타게 지시 이고 근데 아틀레 아지지 혼에다 아지기니 대지제 게다틀레 아지기니 대지 세니야게 지칸디야데 다 시단디 모디 쇼와라 카코 토모니 제레테초 제케지 인디 메도 고제 간디고 이지시 가르 가추 호진라 이지가르모 제 단데니 지관에 센지 마신
True.
Must Mr. Speaker, and must to the Minister for that reply. Mr. Speaker, I note integrated care teams projects have been launched in all the large regional centers. Can the Minister explain the purpose and functions?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The purpose of the integrated care teams is to allow for greater access and continuity of care delivery to patients. So the model places the patient and the family at the center of care, and then it allows primary care teams to bring in other service providers to provide
Tene county gala gite ze keji hey ona tene county ye kyo de joy ze keji awo ko di tia ye zagen ajeni di patient za zagen dini de ko ga ne ten long dia le kan dia si la da a la da la di da ki team so si chi me dao de a
that the integrated care teams are separate from the chronic disease management.
care team la chronic team on ke down let on the ta ji ze ke wa din di sin yan di
Minister, oral questions. Member for Decho.
Must Mr. Speaker, and must to the Minister for some good news. Looking forward to all that to help our small communities address their chronic diseases. Mr. Speaker, the department's plan to implement community-based models to promote self-management of chronic diseases and creating new dietitian positions or
the diabetic dietitian position you think only that one is one is the department la down the gagana taji the case here to go talk with the church the in the machine.
Minister responsible for health and social services.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, progress in this area has been about implementing community-based models to promote
Community-based models is the staff the care on it. Kandini de Tenesi Kandi the Lagalandani, Dule Asi Kandi Koni Si Galan Dada Kogaitanet. Dietitians are Jean Tesi Kandi Agulia to go, and they are Segalaganda Kotazigo Zagendi. Da Gia Koga net target. Tanesi, the Bidi Stasigo Gendisi goes out. Is a key Koga net has on teleco, a down the down the Asi Moshe the teacher Kenaz and the down the night target is a key, Taji the key candia, try to go Galagan targeted. That Tanesia, you can eat that hard on. That is a killer. Catula found out in the Kotogan data in the online. A down as easy is the case you or the hard end. Machine.
Must Mr. Speaker, and must to the Minister for that bit of information. They may have regional positions, but you know, it's to really go into the small communities because they really don't have anybody face to face.
The Kandi written a Kandi Yakotele, the Kotakota Chelisi Teke, Ishidawars. Then a Kandi Sikyo de Jo, the Suka Jateke, the Kandi Konezuko and Dizeke, Kyo Jonde, then a Kokandina Zenni Chia on Tatokin to say, and then the Konezu and Da on Talakandi, Koaguti Jigtegakete Teti, Suka Jako Kyoke de Jontele. Ishidawars. Kotauzeo then the Giasio de Letula Kogotazes. Kotagoda Chilisi.
Updated statistics on diabetes in the Northwest Territories for some time. This information could include age groups, male, female, by community, etc., etc. I just want to note that the department
infrastructure zake DC zake ko ga line da DC la kandi zake la si ye kyo gere jo di diabetes zake ko sa ji program chu ni gni la khe zake ja ro si ji u de ti a I zake ji ga la zan da kam kyo de da si zake kandi na he jam me ga ta me ko ti wan den ne zwane I shi da de si da minister da du ke Ajili la tule yan da di gwan da di zake ji di time di zake ji di diabetes zake aris.
Responsible for Health and Social Services.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, all the provinces.
Ajon province territories again WT zake ji DC la Ajon ma kon DC di chronic disease zake ji you on Canada zan ni go ji li. Da ji zake me the information is la you on Ajon tanesi go zaka ke di ko ta zake ji ko ze DC Yellowknife Regional Center ko kan di kyo ge jo. Tu chen ko zai si tanesi ya mi de dan le de diabetic chu li si kan di go zaka. Yi di chronic disease de si you go di che ge ten ni de you on the public ga ge ya le. Was a health and social service go zaka ge di da connect tanesi kan di ka gun li ge di. Ki ga da gu lia gon de ka da on ze dia kan dia di health and social services si and this la program ze ke zo ge di le de ko zao di ze ke da go zao di yi ze ke shua ga ne ta then kan di diabetic care ze ke si ga zhen dan le diabetes da then kan di si di diabetes ze ke si kong yi ge ja kan di ze ke la ka se ka gon de wo ye ke di ta ni de na de wo zao ge sen san le ja sa ze ke yo ge wo ni de
Oral questions, member for Thabacha.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, can the minister tell us if there are any future plans for the government to build an aftercare facility or a wellness and recovery center in a community out?
The region la situe na zekatina the minister is.
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I can tell the member and the member from Tobacco.
The member is go take a say do nahi she take she won't go into take the queen Kotakari Chuan. Taji take the Dela Catule Metaz the Sago Dakaza Chutakani de can't do it to la tauti. Down the Kandi Zeki Kashiko Tazeki Kandi Katzel a sea corner at the Legani de GNWT Zeki. A Yadi Diago Tazas Lan. A coup Tizeki, you can't get a lane, take our Gilgit Jordan.
Thabacha.
Mr. Speaker, would the minister consider opening a satellite wellness and recovery center that's related to the one in the capital, but situated in a different regional center in the NWT? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The satellite Mr. Speaker, Sikamorishon, the county the Kesi, the shelter the Kesikota, is the hair and Nuvik, got the queer. Can't do the county use Nisi the Kekota, the Leani de DC, Tennessee County NWT Housing Corporation, 82 was a good years ago. The Queen the Kesia, the service county the Kesia, the Tanakandi, Quego the Lesi. Is the case you situate the shelter at the Legatia. It's a Kegani day as you ready or the Kesigara city as ago. So your life cook on the center go. That's the Tanazar the Kesi. Is it targeted to? He could have the Kerakakondia go Zani de Dule, Tizi Honatasi, it could out the Adule. And is the key. the Somba Zeke or any dandy. Satellite Recovery Center at the Lea Tulekagele. Can do the government Zeke, Kota Kandi. Recovery Center Nuki and the Situgo Tazandi is your wireless. Mr. Speaker, how much anything? The Kandiji got Tazi, got Zandi, got Zao digging the service the Kigani de Katigo Kandi or Tanate or the Lago or the Tambi di Gaganagondi, or the Ami Tanate Yigalagitia is a K1. Kikala plan hule. You can't take you on days you. This is government committee organization. He can't go to seek it any day. Catulas is joking any day to le mentally quite tired. Aftercare facilities that can the beauty that can she to le one as a cutty. Tauti indigenous government communities that can you goes at the Kayati in the Masin.
Great Slave.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my questions are for the Minister of Health and Social Services, following up on what my colleague from Tabacha has been asking. If we're waiting on the data from this wellness center in Yellowknife as stated,
the wellness center will go send it. You're not put away to negate you. That is the care conditions in law. Minister, Department of Kazina, Hajidi the Kagota, Hajizini the Kazin. Yes, he flower garden at Tayandi.
Yeah, thank you. I take it that the member is talking about buildings. We don't have any buildings on the books other than the Wellness and Recovery Center in Yellowknife. If members decide that's a priority.
To Yellowknife, the lucky building should be able to do it. The members who need the Kenny, they do you want to go and then is your content to the mentality quite that quick on the good IN. Ita ki is metade all along sa kandi minister kayati. The federal government the KD tia. The somebody on na zao dini de do le the kwego chao se se kego zagen di kya go the lia do leon and the machine.
Endlessly.
After Kerala, Hutli Mawanani, Seranese, the Indian Residential Council Services, Yakena Utondele, Kala Kagoti do, Kalamata Council as Chicago. Has on the case in targets 46 weeks or time, go on at got the counseling, see, got out. It does the Kirkako on Diagot, Kala Kagoti end. You do take the Yaji the Kiko, the Kitakadas.
I did not ask about or state that these services were cancelled. I asked about advocating for the reinstatement of the funding so that the services being more than ever.
The Kashu services he cannot do see this Yadasi, Mega Somba, the Kenny cannot need Yadule, is you waters. Da Nahi Dene Zhatıé, Kozai any day minister sees the K, Hajidi Labdule. Iragan Dakota got a Tilzeki Ganide, Kandigo, phone internet got Zeleni de Yiteki Warisini.
Minister responsible for Health and Social Services.
Yeah, thanks. I'm not a big fan of all the editorializing, but I'm happy to answer the questions. Most communities have a resident counselor through either the community counseling service.
the court Tashi la counselor only full time. Da the county take go in the counselor she go joita. Continue so to lay go in the she hard Muganda. She la go de Jagutel, go de Jagut. The internet case can't decide on the case. Goats and linde, satellite you goats and linde. Is a case gone that others. Then he thought two goats la yam at the Hondashi, Magauta, Mikega Lautanit, Hadesa Titanesia Rotule, Yakagan at Taji, what does it is a case on the machine. Si the federal government is owned by the KEGR, si federal minister goes on and to the Gotlin Day, Dagot is a case in Waters in the Massey.
Health and Social Services.
Mr. Speaker, I'll take that question on notice.
Thank you. Oral questions. Member for Mumfwee.
Thank you. Merci, Mr. Speaker. Question for the Minister responsible for NWT housing. So first question is...
The NWT housing education. Kadushi. As you let the nation, Hegalaki Tashi, the other Quenko can now get the Zugalagan Tasio, Tagondia good. Housing Corporation. ADT la di rentesi gagenda. Catule ne zathit le morisho. Kotsachu Catule with a policy, Kotsenita Nita, Country Housing Corporation is seen. Kala 4%, 19% Kegala. Canada is 30% on there. Cantico Nahika. Member that Yatika Sonlandi Mendadi Quaita, he do say the Somba the Kazia, got the Chuton, go wide the Nezi Tonti the Kazi, too high. Is a cake. Got the Chu the Kazi Galat and Tiny Day. Member that the Housing Corporation is in the Tiago Tazago or Dandi. Local housing was a yagin, the case and the machine.
Questions, member for Mumfwee.
Thank you. I was not talking about CERB, but that's okay. And then at least they admit that, they can do a better job. I think with reference to the first questions, I know that there are leaders in the community. They would like to work with the housing corporations.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just want to inform the House and the member as well too that the Housing Corporation's lowest rent that we collect is $75. And with the $75, we do have the utilities and utilities that are included in that rent as well too, property taxes and leases and well. And we try to work with the client to have affordable housing, affordable rent calculated in the Northwest Territories. And we are going to be working with the Council of Leaders as well too, that will have the opportunity to review our policies. So
the policy he does go continue to learn the currency. A community they need it. Go to shoot the Kivain da Tizakisila. I see you did it. Go walk with the not a Tizaki, nice the Ganagin dizzy. Hootly Diode. Megoita too. Taji the Kiana Himagaita and the Massey.
Member for Mumfwee.
Okay, thank you. She didn't answer my questions. I wanted to know what happened to those people who are paying maximum rent. What happens to the revenue?
Do rent your own program, you're going to come a curious or cotaze. Can't you minister la? See to go to le, Nahe, can't you rent your own program? Go to a time on la harde, go to quaintly and the massy.
Minister responsible for housing.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And for the rent-to-own program, it is our HELP program.
Rent 20 own programs that KZ Senate Chile, co agent that KZ Raganda Housing Corporation Zeke, Kote Jida Hani de Gulene Zekarasi, the home ownership program that KZ. That 234 Zande NSN to the home ownership program. Kote Chu. Revenue that KZ Randa Housing Corporation is 5 million is clear Kogagi the could say Kantigo operation is in maintenance 20,000 tau. Ta Kandi Ratsan Dali. It's a more than another territory sheet that done.
For monthly.
More questions. Okay. The NWT Housing Corporation have several home ownership program. Approvals to participate in this program is low. Okay, so can the Minister of NWT Corporation commit to guaranteeing?
Stipulated county application and the ministry riders in the Masi.
Sir, responsible for housing.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Right now, all of our single-family housing dwellings are up for sale.
Single-family housing is the case up for sale at 104, 105 application agazanila. There's a housing corporation you gaganata. Kota Dule again you need home ownership program was you need can't you call Josana the chuda not any day Megoneta Gutene and the Masi.
Oral questions, member for Kamlik.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my questions today are for the Minister of Health and Social Services. Further to my member statement, I'm wondering if the Minister can advise us of the rates of Alzheimer's, dementia, and Parkinson's disease.
Alzheimer's disease, Parkinson's disease, situation at the Minister. Danete on it. I must is it a case la agent the case the children Canadian Chronic Disease Program is ya got down it. Is it a case and that's anything they met a rubber side he get it. Is it a case? That agent Alzheimer Kotsakotanesi, TC 65 and over, 5.73%, a 6.68% national. Parkinson's NWTG, age 40 years, Kotsamaoza, is 0.25%, 0.43 national. And the other end.
Member for Kamlik.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate that, and I think that it's important that we establish a baseline if it's expected to go up substantially over the next decade. Mr. Speaker, the level of, the rate of Parkinson's among NWT residents is low, but watching very intimately residents try to go through the process of being diagnosed leads me to believe that maybe we do have more of a higher instance of Parkinson's in the Northwest Territories and Alzheimer's and just are not aware of it. So I'm wondering, Mr. Speaker, what supports are available to Northerners with neurodegenerative diseases?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it all starts with the relationship between the health provider and the patient. They would be able to recommend a range of health and social services that would assist with diagnosis, treatment, and support. For example, medications and medical supplies and equipment.
Die la lera moje ada tane te onte je keja di sa chondan de zoza tu le kandi magai ta go cha mete health de keji tu te ko tlinde je ke ni de kandi tane je ja go sen de da na keji magai ta zo ta ko thala khas tane kandi tu ke te je ke ni de ka go cha a sin be lang di kandi ni je le je ke kandi ya ge di dan de ne go zai ti ya tu le 이제게 디칸디 자고 세니텐디 거체슈메 따데 아데 데네 칸디 this is government 카티 유다고 자겐디 디제게 다 이제게 디 non-profit Alzheimer's Society 유고 자다게 된 디안에 이제게 간
Minister, oral questions. Member for Kemley.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate that information. I think one of...
마시세 제카는디 메타데시아 칸디시카 콜라신다 칸디시 호데 아 다디 디시제케지 가전다 디다 에자제케지야 마가전다 프로세스케 호즈니 시아니데 코티 지알레 디칸디제케니데 카고티니데 다 나히시라카 뜻대고 린데게인데라 카til에 테네 칸디시 뚫고 자이디데 에케야 칸디오코디지 디쇼나 해고 어두테 코틴데제 케가니데 키미큐리 존에 다이토라나 사이디데제케 다음에는 시뚫에나 제카티 에지제케 가시오 뜻대고 린데게 가니데 kote tane te la tene tule tseha di yun ta tonlo ga yun dendi. Di tseke ta yogo kon te tseke ni de
Edmonton or another place where that kind of specialty is available. What we're offering more is
program si 2019 atin la member she taundi ko kazna ta taundi aji te kesi randa tule te ko tlinde si taundi modi shoga la health authority se kede ti otende de se tsakendi ko ja kandi si after care planning isi kandi ko ko da ko zeni de tene kandi kala da tule de January ke khatul na jandi masin
through this process with someone, and often medical travel is not always a possibility. Sometimes there are a multitude of appointments that need to happen, and sometimes along the way people just need to be able to ask questions. And so I'm wondering if this position of a health planner and the plans of the NTHSSA speak to possibilities of creating a specialist a host of specialists that can speak to different conditions.
The specialists are the organ is in the tule antia see that the kezi galanda tule cosena zantia tule. It's a kerasitule megalani a kezi home a second de jagades in the massin.
Minister responsible for health and social services.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm not aware that that specific staffing is being considered at this point, although it makes sense to have
There's one in the Tanakan DC case to the Indanese Teda to the Gozanti case, what in the Kandu to the Lakitauti Kandi Moda Tile.
Get greater as time goes on. In the meantime, I know of people who have had neurodegenerative diseases in the Northwest Territories who have received good support from nonprofits, but mostly that's been by telephone and not by in-person means. And so there's clearly work that needs to be done in this area. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was hoping the Minister of Health and Social Services could tell me which procedures or services we presently track the wait times for and which we don't. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, Nakirka Menani Tizekation. Laka Mekatan Tat Onataziti service at the Lezekiran. Contigo Nakitila Azon the program and service the Kisi Laki Kala Megaita Yandi. Itaji Tekazati Tizekian de Contigo Indani Dago Ani de Megago Tazon the community housing Zeke Candisi Gulli. Da Tizekini Deshu, Watan Tahalidi. Ka Asin Dashila Ka make a good yard and the machine.
Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I suspect it's the boring explanation due to software that I am most interested in, Mr. Speaker. I note on that list was a very short list of services we're tracking wait times for and did not include really a number of procedures and surgeries, which is where I get most of my constituent complaints. I'm just wondering if there is any work to be done to create some sort of dashboard where that information is available.
For Yellowknife North, Minister responsible for Health and Social Services.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I know the member in his statement referenced a knee replacement that took a number of years to accomplish. I don't think that we track those wait times for those major joint surgeries. And I know the time.
Côté Gison de Alindaga County, the Chemicondig, the Arnide, Aviation Department and Yanachuazagon. Takakala, Sonlandi mit Candisi, Patanta, the Zekasio, Ita the Cantion de Halini, that the Community Council Zekasio, called Ascent Ezeke, the Zekasio. Kala daginatri itekini de kasa da nakhi jitekesila mega tule nizu gogeti oje tule hitia zila de nazri itekesi and kasu gadi tande nizu ane sendimas.
Questions, member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yeah, I would appreciate the Minister getting back to the House with information on how or what software we need to do this. I know we are purchasing a new electronic medical record system, which will cost millions of dollars. And I guess...
Kanda CC90 $1 million yaldi tekesi. Kandio di tekesi mewonezu asi tekesi ko gucha teke masi gote gari.
Note, with perhaps the exception of occupational therapy and physiotherapy, no similar software is being used for any health services. And is that something we could look into? The department has actually flagged this before, that people missing appointments is a significant cause of their wait times and backlogs. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Katina ziri is a kyoko saying the la $9 here going to the $9 is using it.
Mr. Speaker, as I said, this kind of tracking is important to us so that we
Katina Metada, Tayo Kaya Chize Kiziko, the Tata San like he do the Zekadesi, Rosi, White Day, I need it. Ka Dala Sa Nahedesi. Remember that in these cases, the two Satsoda City, they call
23-24 period, and it's going to be replaced with something that is going to be super duper, I hope. And it's going to be able to have an online patient portal. It's going to
the 2023-2024 the members here will go in the case. These are Tona has sent in is you guys send you.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Frame Lake.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. I'm going to go to a different super duper minister with my questions, and they're for the Minister of Infrastructure, who has responsibility for the Arctic Energy Alliance. Can the minister tell us whether she's aware of the difficulties caused by the federal energy pre- and post-audit requirements under the Canada Greener Homes Grant Program, and what is she doing to fix that problem?
Minister Latita Mogo Sele Latato says the greenhouse case you water Cindy.
Yep. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this super duper minister will answer two questions that I just heard. Yes, we are aware of.
GWT Arctic Energy Alliance is federal program they do can do federal government is go to Kati programs a casing. Candigo Kala Gulia was a little Casia Kala the federal program Tanadi. Candio car Cote Dilemete Casio. Tamasi, Mr. Speaker.
Bramley.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. I think that was a yes, and good work. I appreciate that. Thank you. So, can the minister tell us, though, whether her department is working with other provincial and territorial jurisdictions?
Federal provincial jurisdictions that can go align the federal programs that can use the other can the greenhouse care.
Thank Minister responsible for infrastructure.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yes, the issue was.
This is Casey la car. Yagagan Tai Kaganata. But the working group here Galagan. Kotanakala jurisdiction with the Guitere de Canada G. Kandio Kakala Kakotin, the member that indeed the case that the natural resource Canada G right that do the Kaganata is the case or machine.
Framley.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Wow, I'm on a roll. I got two. I'm going to keep going. So while the pre- and post-audit requirements are a problem, the other one is a lack of certified auditors to carry out the audits, the energy audits, and the cost of training auditors. What steps is the minister taking to help increase the number of energy auditors, and is any additional funding?
Minister responsible for infrastructure.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yes, there is a national shortage of.
Two certified ops that had 2 more trainings. Tizekin Awagi Tezeke can do Kala, the other security charges you need and the machine.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Well, I guess all good streaks have to come to an end, but no, I appreciate the work that the minister is doing on this and Arctic Energy Alliance as well, but
Ministry Arctic Energy Alliance Kesiga Kandu Kala, some by Nitendi, the other city clan. Teacher Casey Garni de La Tagase only do the homeowners the K Garni de is you with the Honda Zigatuli city clearly. This somebody Kega and the Arctic Energy Alliance la GD la etake do hindi sila ga go the project ke si ga yende.
See, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member for Frame Lake. Minister responsible for infrastructure.
Mr. Speaker, si member si kati GD la dati program te kesi ta kimega sombo hulde let the Arctic Energy plan te kezo audit te ke la deep form electrical program ta te ke ni de gaita ni masindi.
Thank you, Minister. Colleagues, our time for oral questions has expired.
Katu all questions on out.
Questions? Returns to written questions, returns to written questions, replies to the Commissioner's address, replies to the Commissioner's address, petitions, petitions, reports of committees on the review of bills, reports of committees on the review of bills, reports of standing and special committees, reports of standing and special committees, tabling of documents, Minister responsible for lands.
Minister responsible for lands. Mr. Speaker, the documents is the Northwest Territory Service Rights Board 2021 go to 2020 annual report go to audit statement. Masi. Finance ke. Yasi Thai in Daniel consult budget 2021-2022 Government Northwest Territories Public Service Annual Report 2020-21 report on special warranty issue June to November 2021. Masi. Notice of motion. Masi. Mr. Speaker, Tuesday, December 7, 2021, I will move the following motion. Do he thought the second honorable member frame for new bootleg that the KC the Government Northwest Territories Public Service Act that is a case that is in the speaker is the KC got the commissioner Masi. Mr. Speaker, December 7, the motion is your attendant. The Honourable Member Friendly, the Community Report 2019 to Standing Committee on Economic Development with the Environmental Report, the KZ County as a Leaitaga, what to get in law, the County, quit the native in that. Mr. Speaker. Finance, Mr. Speaker, this is Range Lake, KC Bill 42, supplementary KC expenditure number 2, 2020, 22 KC and Damo Makia 15D Masin. I don't know anything. I mean, Lenny there.
2 has had first reading. First reading bills.
First reading bills to Minister of Finance. Duty Tekeshu. Range Lake KC Bill 43. Is the Supplementary Appropriate Act KC number 2, 2021, 2022 fine. Komake as a Tiandi Masi.
Favor. All those opposed? Any abstentions? Motion is carried. Bill 43 has had first reading. First reading of bills. First reading of bills. Minister responsible for finance.
Mr. Speaker, I move, seconded by the honourable member for Range.
Mr. Speaker, DAC Bill 44, Supplement Appropriation Act KC, Operating Expenditure CGR number for 2021 KC, Dumiki Tiandi Masi.
All those opposed? Any abstentions? The motion is carried. Bill 44 has had first reading. First reading of bills. First reading of bills. Second reading of bills. Second reading of bills. Minister responsible.
Finance Kedukashu, second reading. Tizekeshu Kashu, Mekayauti, Bill 42 KC.
Infrastructure Expenditures Number 2, 2021-2022, be read for the second time.
Tukashu Mekayate Tiati, Tizek Supplementary Appropriate Act KC. KC 2021-2022 KC. Masindi.
All those opposed? Any abstentions? The motion is carried. Bill 42 has had second reading. Second reading of bills. Second reading of bills.
Mr. Speaker, do the KC Bill 43 KC. The KC Tanti Metazon Bata the 2021-2022 Kachu Mekaya Tia is you got get it down.
2021-2022 fiscal year. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Motion is in order and is non-debatable to the principle of the bill. Question has been called. All those in favor? All those opposed? Any abstentions? The motion is carried. Bill 43 has had second reading. Second reading of bills. Second reading of bills. Minister responsible for finance.
Mr. Speaker.
The Bill 44 KC Kachutu Mekenaya Tia Masini.
Borrowing Authorization Number 4, 2020-2021, be read for the second time. This bill sets out limits on supplementary amounts that may be borrowed by the Commissioner on behalf of the government and authorizes the making of disbursements to pay the principal of supplementary amounts borrowed. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Motion is in order and is non-debatable to the principle of the bill. Question has been called. All those in favor? All those opposed? Any abstentions? The motion is carried. Bill 44 has had second reading. Okay. Consideration of Committee of the Whole of Bills and Other Matters, Bill 23, 24, 29, and 30, Committee Report 18-19 brackets 2, Committee Report 19-19 brackets 2, Table Document 437-19 brackets 2, with member for Inuvik Twin Lakes signature.
I now call Committee of the Whole to order.
To Committee of the Whole to order our Senate, Mr. Chairman. Madam Chair, is it KC La Tigatanda CR 1819 Bill 24 is it KC Magatunda the Nakputake got the report Northwest Territories Housing Corporation Tekeshu Masini.
Thank you, committee. We will take a short recess and start with the first item. Call Committee of the Whole back to order.
Committee Nakhisin do Community Report 18-19-2 report on Bill 24 and AGC Ladi Yunda Agalatan KC on the chair and Committee Economic Development KC on the opening comments. The Deputy Chair says that Casey was a dollar seat that Casey was out of seeing his end to Taka. Madam Chair, 19 Mad, she the Casey a car, Magon the Casey Mago Cousin La, the home, the nation who was in this on the Massy, the report the Casey Massy good seen as Andy. Madam Chair, the committee report 18-19-2 report Bill 24 zeke. Ejila Yunda the Sombasa Lysim the Act zeke. See Tleko members are the city. Masi Kami. The committee report 18-19-2 Bill 24 zeke. The case with the Honda Somba zeke. And Masi committee 2 Katimuana seat 8 the case 18-19-2 zeke. The Bill 24 Act counted. Machine. Bill 29 zeke gatanda resource royalty zeke sio. Mete agatandadi. The standing committee zeke sio economic development zeke environment zeke sitle go hisar shene de. Tauti ki hisar share machine. Madam Chair, the committee report is Laka Mikayati T. Ita committee key Yegon key targeting the Candigo is a case much good seen as the Bill 29 zeke. That the Candigo gave again much good seen as the much Madam Chair. Do Koti Kotaka the Committee Report 19-2, the KC Bill 29, Resource Royalty Information, the KC. To see Clago Salasini. Live North. Merci, Madam Chair. This is Casey. Emily Riley, the Casey candidate. Sans l'année, mais qui on est ici, the industry, the committee, 이제 제케니 데키메가 노 다티 키모라티레지 제케지 이타 그미디시기 해에게티아트 다지 제케시라 다운디라 센니타지 제케시야 고제 다운디아젤레 제케시가 전다죠 뭐고 전대야지고 와리 처음에게가 다스케키 모라티라티 로열티 제케시안 다티 커미디시에 홍시 report again la yegon di mining je kejo la ta ke ni ge chu e ji khie je ke la department si e ka ge ni tan di le ta ti je ke ji me je bill si la di tue ye ka ge ne ta di bill je ke ta committee shu tue a ji di je ke mining si wo zai ge di e ji je ke la tue je ka je din di 이메지 혼다고 되지 나히나가니데 이따지지 혼다 간디 키에세 되게 자드인디 두 해시라 두에 에타네텔라 마이너시 로열티 나겐디 public account di royalty 세케다 해온 다 20 million DG&WT Ajiteki mining oil and gas kesi Ajiteki that oil and gas on the tiny day Ajiteki imperial oil royalties on je make you down that is a kesi moko that federal sa yogi oni they do the federal government CDT la car that a kesi can again di modati and digo kalati public is it a watching or is a kesi 다 간디라 메가고진 메고자 다스고 오지데케 아시 송 깔아메게 갈아다 디제 계시가 다 디 디파트먼트 시 티야게 다디 move out 디 빌드 계시 다디 public transparency 계시 고제니데 디 커미티 시 디제키르카 아디시 제키르카 다네 디시 GWT que je suis nagagia ta je te que así son ta na kinta que continue ta di committee su ta si te que si gold mining giant mines que si e ya ta condi ta ki federal government que yan ta is que si me gata di gold mining que personal income tax Tati zekera tane te onde ti mine zeke gani kazene kodeji government laki khandi khage thile te laga lagandal ita siane sela khanda a si la kha mogo kyata zele tia zgo ti leseni tani de diamond mine is yosa te onze royalty nandi megazan tani de khandi tu khazati khandi zeke si Agent de Kézin, la gamme au Gutendéon Dele. That the choice of Kézin Pack Benefit Agreement de Kéni, they owners and the negatia. Ka is the Kézin, Kandian, mine choose a Kagetia. Kodiji, the Kandi, the Kézi go large, the Kézi on like contract issue, the cash issue, the somebody goes out and the that is the Kandini, they can't Tanezu. Dandigo mining industry the Kezi Kanezu indigenous government go Gallaghan. Kandigo the Ozen is uni then is Juanese. That is the Kezi Kandi at in Lani then is Juanese. Down the indigenous government see the Ozen Gozati is the Kiwale. Got a season a till around the make it the department IT as a member industry zekish goes you chi hongo gini sele yendi ita tue ne zumo goes and the seniority are the zekish kandi zeki trust and the ita si zeki gani del ka aji di Zeki on the Shimigaita go the royalty Zeki got a she na Tadetia, Magaita zone. department soye ke galagan da azgon elena site was na zewin de anide kandio ka ele adu ti ni ze koko de ji di mine ze ke ganide inte di mine chu di one ze augen ti go di ti ka go di ti atu ta ti ze ke ji ga zan da ni de mining dane te go za gen di ze ke ga zan da ni de income tax standards personal income tax payroll tax is the case here because there are royalties and you has a lately ta ko de ji ka rong da hene ni da ta ji ze ho le da di ze ke ni de tu le committee ze go ze ka ze committee si minister the ozen na he ze ka din de ne jo minister ADT ze ke ji ka ti ze ga gan da ze go shi ji ze ke ji ka kon de lang din minister IT I think ka di go ta le ka mo yo ri da minister ko na ze ka ti ni de ne jo a ji ta ge ti ze ke jo o za ji la e se ze le ze ke ka ti ni de tu le committee ministry committee ze kon de aji di ze ke na go to ze ke ji de devolution jo ji ze ke jo si lo ga mesela ta asi lo di ze ke ga la ta henese ta di number ze ke ji ga ta e si ze ke ni de ni jo ga de za mo gu te atu le ta di pi de ten no tin de ze ke mine industry a jo members jo ji aji ri wa ta di ze ke ji Mindane te na ge di go te royalty ze ke ni de tu mo ze a go de ji ta khane te a department si masikuri si a ron ti ze ke ji ke ya gen de yo go in de masikuri si di committee ze ke si ta ti ze ke si ka na zero un ne zo na ze ze ke di motion ze ke si and the the department Tagani this you go to using members each other. Must Madam Chair. Must Great Slave. Must Madam Chair. A home this case won't go in there. Dandy ITI the case more mining the case was a that says la di the case si sa ti yu si ni sa ji me ta de a li ne se ji de ke ha di ni de tu le public a si se la the economic de ke ju ka ha di ru me ta ko di ji na he de ga di the COVID pandemic a go cha le ko la he de ga di ji de ke kan dia a si o gu se se ta ministry si di ti si na he zhen kon ji si ka ko to na zhen ni la di confidentiality ji hone da the private company shu ta ji hone da di ji me zhe right si ka na he zhe ka ti ai da me zhe hone da shi me nai ni se ko di ji tu tie zhe ke na zhe industry si her royalties 90 what's a country only here that out the is a key. That is a key, okay, 90 that's a private company that can either as you are wrong, cathedral to take out in the liaison is a case you got and died in as well as a car, 6 on Miss Trust on the Gunley. A tile go, I tile on this as it. As is a honor that the order the built a scene. The all the mining companies here see saggy industry and there see how they go to need you there. That Mr. Johnson that in this is the case. Caston Megala does all the ITI the case. It can't in Denizia. That city Bill Metzata in the other machine. Family. Bill 29 the case two standing committee see you go again the the case makes a mortgage and daily go 2021 the case is what's and that me get it is Bill the case mo do diagon candigo make a solution report the case build the case la cargo sanity here the jurisdiction has all the amid cause the case mo wait yard como go should go and do on tele got the shoe with the process as he got and that Emily says he catule ye go can DC Simogot and Delis got to go get a cure in the good can you cabinet la candile Gidan Lago de G Cotschu the indigenous government to car go zaiti the G case canti as and that any 10 days a sea canti cattle the key go just on bati is a key hard magazine as a go that the government sila Ajita Gulia Guste. Candines or Satule, Meta City. Candia di Bill 29 is Guli, Bodati. Got the shooty royalty the cashew, Magogotin de, the tax the cashew GNWT he, Tila Cago Tosa on the two resource management he, royalty the cashew Catule. GNWT the case, Tule targeti. The seat the case policies is the identity. Do you take a right tiny day, the public services in that I think the according indigenous government was in a goal. It's your delegate condini day. The matter reporting de la key GNWT the mandates at that in delay. Is it the party in la 19th Assembly with a mandate in Megawo itas one in day go any day. Candini de Tule make an acute. She's a gani day. Kati development of Kizigazanda, Saza Kelaka, Metazati. Nakiaga says it as it has one like it I law Emily the Kate. That is the Honda, the public government royalty, shareholders, law, Galataze, Arjon, how these cases got and that to take out in days. Because I don't did that too days. The Yonaki, certainly needs the Kotsashi, the Josa Kaget Yoli, the Zekia, the royalty Zekia. Do Ajili Zeke, GNWT Zeke, royalty Zeke, any day, Agilati mining Zeke, Ajon royalty Zeke, Ajon Cantina Agini lines, Tauti, make a Muratile, Zeke, royalty Zeke, Cosetanti Metaza Zeke, Shutauti, Metehola Nakina had Lasico Digi, Messeni Itia, the royalty Zeke, Codigi, Asia Candi, New Guinea. That reports the la royalty Zeke, Cago Tose on federal Zeke Plaza. Kasi. Candigo met the information it's in its Ilani de Ki son federal government Zeke Moratile. Go to Tagumegon Zeke, Shuini, the Camogo Tiazon, Cote Zeke Gatanda, Ron Zeke. Hard got the GNWT here on the personal data Zeke. Tauti is Zeke royalty down the Merkazan Zeke, because you met a Gulia Gushai Zeke. Zeke should let along the Morat Zeke, Latagan isn't either. Met a report Zeke. Got the petroleum mine Zeke 2016-2020. GNWT equation at the Zeke resource got Tazea. Tati royalty payment as a with the royalty, she got in dollar cargo to public accounts get a lot. That the good you, they let on the let that loan to the Cambodas. That got a good leisure metagondini, they chew out the come a good ash. He's a case you cargo to the land. Talo see the case. You don't need any day, because the public accounts a kigain tiny day. 11,054 million. Ta tauti mega. Esletti on te muratile. Coteriti on tele. Ta committee the case. Bill 29 see. Be mining petroleum the case on. Cosanesia she method on tele. Forestry ta hit the agute. Ta is the cane de caco to cut in Diana. Is the cane. Ita din dezeke juhion. Ita 82,000, 72,000 a year sin. Izeke la di sazon de royalty zeke gani de mine zeke morat. Ki se morati chole forestry zeke ya. Kandilo ni de rimorandi u moratile. Kandilo tani da kinagati ni lali. Ti agent zeke sin. Agent industry zeke si JWT sin. Ka sane. Kuli za the public account again. That is the case. Semega users mind the care, the mind the care on. Good yodele. Bill 29 ju. Good yodele the royalty the care as in. That the indigenous government had. Kati. Legislative see, Kozuki Gondinigini or GT the case here. Talosi royalty the case. Cabinet only gets public and Sikandi the Kazi Magainda, Estiade, that the ministry city Diego Tiny Denizra, Kotani de Oza Diayule, Tita Kazi or Kotani de Oza Sisenia Zetiadule, Tizeke. That the tide the Kazi built on 9 Kadindi, the Cartena Hezet, Kandu Nakikala. Kita make a good daily recommendation take. Ta committee see you. Ki hutli ke kaya gitile. It's a case here. Ta metal kimura tile. Ita ti the case here. Magotle go and de ke gande. Ti mine ke. In leni de amiri plaza la di royalty the case here. Ta ti the case here. I want to take a see the standing committee operations case. I see me right as go. The Zakita Tiza Megoshi Megadi Clay, the as go proposal. Masi committee has Ron Sandi that the also candy right as an agent. There was a more good day in Dene Zhatıé. And Dene Zhatıé clear to Lendi. Masi. Tabacha. This case la royalty got this case the case la Aron resort development ke hane got say Aron mi devolution the case got la the target ita e santi la katule megazanda guli ni de indigenous government si editi kayon disi la tuji gondi wagi federal government to cause this is government case can diagram. It I sound the county con DC na hecham ketendi. And I hear do the kitten that the color arti the First Nation. Taji the case as a colleague see is a case car. The condition who clear line that I saw the she may sound in Venus. 간디고 다 아시지라 메시니 야제 티니데 디고 페르가 묵제 devolution 제게 고 고자이티 고고 해세니 달리 도전 다다자티 리아니데 이제 케시라 private agreement on indigenous government 에디티 칸디아 government in WT 해시 세니 따거든요. 이제 라 confidential on. Merci, Madam Chair. Amasi Tikandi Keshi 1919 report on Bill 29, Resource Royalty Information Disclosure. Keshi with the Act. Kaya Nathani. Kati Keshi la Ka 19-2 Sin Kamarute. Keshi. Adiji Kamarute. Merci. Bill 24 같은 the Funds Act ke시 infrastructure ke시 with the bill isin dani yu chuyen. Merci, Madam Chair. The Bill 24 na the kadusi the keshi asin dashi la mesela the Northwest Territories the keshi Koteshi Megashi Sombashi Sela, Kizekation, the petroleum Zekion, Gaseke, Tajishila, the Governor's Territories Zekation, the Esi Nagini the Azago, the infrastructure Zeki, Yundago Raini de Ka Megason Bashi Sela Zago, Tajikation la Ka Gulia Gushandele. 2005 세계지 다 디제 계지 간디 오키안에 대하자 어제 타고 자는데 이따지 제 계지 그 current access 계절 데이터 디아젤 제 계가니데 $1 million 고 제시에젤이야 둘량 다 이제 계지 디파트먼트에 대 OCC 둘레 메제 protection 디 아젤 제 계지 같은 단위데 governors territories Yasona Tule, Yuganda Dizekio. Da Dizekasi Kandisi Ladute, Northwest Territories Committee, Nakina Metauda Ade, Dizekasio. Da Tilamete Honda, Di Azule Diti, Disomba Zekasi, Yundago. Standing Committee Zeke, Economic Development Zekasi. Is la the Bill 24 Sigatan. That the Standing Committee must see good as Yazgo, Tizekiji. That Diana Zekarisian said the Bill 24 Zeke. Titalo sees you get a Setsanazi Denis and Tugo Zeketana Kosi, the Masi.
Minister, please introduce your witnesses.
Minister Jamia Giti with the cutting the end in a witness. Mercy, Madam Chair. John Benver, Assistant Deputy Minister, Program Service, the KZ Department Infrastructure, got Allison Swat, is manager on the Department Infrastructure. Mercy. Two Koti Gota Karduchu, Bill 24 Zekia. Committee. Kati Gandin Deti taught by Tata Bill Watunda. Committee. Bill number C. Not the Mago Katutine. 30 page 1 of the Bill Watunda. Class 1. Bill Laganazu. Class 2. Bill 24 C. Declaration. Katu Mogia Zetia. Mercy Committee. Bill 24 3C. Ka. Third reading as a layer. Committee. Ka Naranizunity. Bill 24 Declaration. Thank you, Minister. Thank you. Got a mercy notice. That titule is only committee seats. Konyago Chuyendi. Mercy. Two, the KC 43719 to capital estimate 2023. Committee 2, Northwest Territories Housing Corporation. Committee Northwest Territories Housing Corporation is in capital estimate lots of the information item. Taji the KC Amogo. Ki get it. He thought the KC Megatan Datule, the department of KC. Kandigo Kimo get it. Member, Megosi Sadisine then Tizekini de Kugo taken. Minister, Northwest Territories Housing Corporation, see witness are the Geotlani then. Masi Sergeant Arms, she to lady witness of Jenny Leand.
Minister.
Minister, Yamiagate City with the cut in the end. Madam Chair, Ms. Eleanor Young, President, Vice President, Mr. Yuji Kimina. The committee the General Commons the table documents that came in was seen. Committee Northwest Territories Housing Corporation, page 67. What the corporation told session, page 68. What the Slavey West Service information at page 69. Title was seen that the members of the case. Yellowknife North. Madam Chair, the Housing Corporation Zekesi, Oka Metson Baisi, Gazanda, Hita, Kanete Son Baisi, $10,625,000. Kandigo, Zekesi, Gazanda, Kozen 70 million. Etaunti da 21 million kode. Nezu. And the 10 million was at the Ozen capital. Because the city is a calindi. I see a town did a lot the 10 million I want. A town did Dagusha. Hey, the Kenny, they also deceive and the Mr. Morton. Madam Chair, Housing Corporation, la AGC, TKC Gatan Dala GWT Department Lazan. Timothy process a sea right to Kigaita, Kitake revenue on the AGC. He thought on it somebody cheesy Gaita, Kota GWT take some Basi Gaita, federal funding the case, Kota the revenue. There was somebody cheesy the rent a case. A Roman daddy quite that, Kota Kantia Daji to see the case Gaita. That is the Honda resources, a Roma Gaita, O&M capital to need. That the Hajiri Lanagase Lauli needs. Is the Honda the capital investment thoughts 22-23 the Kigani day. That the business see 10 million capital in Landi Kantiante. Masi. Aji the capital the Kyo Foundation 109 million, 10 million capital. Fijilakia si Koni was only on the inlet how Tanet or the Aji the Kyo the yen. Capital the Kesi Gatan Tani de take 69 the Kayanda, Magandani then. Is it a case? Kogo Koni like a Singali Lini. The built a Kikara. Federal funding la want co-investment case. Ita this case. Tatu Tikatule Kogu Chian do I. Masi. The Mercury Jonathan. New unit to see the case la car 60 million earlier, 60 million. This is 22-23 the Gani to his la Queen Yagi Chinsi Riley do again. 22-23. Ka Kola Mekoni the case right the remember that in this case. Tu t'en étais son passé gaita. Ka c'est que haju kulisi c'est que garamurati ta tu ji tsani yugo gonde atulien. Masi, Mr. Martin. Madam Chair, Masi. Minister si kati ati c'est que si asi lansi gainda do construction ko ti do hai. Ko any day Megatan da do you da ki gai c'est que si Tati Zekia Kandi, Morati Tati, remember that in Zekia Kandian, 22-23 Zekia. Tati Zekia in the day, 2022 Zekia capital plan, Hesila do Hesila you own Morati Tanete, Sombataga de Chida Haridan. Yes, he corner Gatan Tashi Zekia Methalanji. Masi. Tati got 10 million. Heli, got is a case, Quago the Sizake. He go son a 100 million, he guy own MTKC. He guy staff the Kagazi. Is he got Gaiti corner, because 10 million only the owner than is a chew. I see. Car program son yasa ladi, teacher casing, the asi cornish and Danny choose a casing, as the emergency repairs the casing, AG then Najaka in the end. Mr. Martin Ati Laka Ministry Kadin D. Long Assisi housing program Zatadindi. Teacher casing doing a not teacher shoot a casing la. Capital investment here. That is a case la the county the canny de car more that the co the sea corny seats a sea the kegan. Damn the Honda sea la cati a sea county sea la the capital type in investment. O name the kegani de Katiandi. Done it is millions I see me or number. Cause the I knew they are 22, 23 the key. Ejila asi sonji message lounde that teacher casing candidan asi send out the quego quasi send out the eater kijajon message lounde that is the cake candidan candy more at the end masindi. Tanate units are right at this occasion. $176 units on it. Nezudeco 176 or to was a yata lion is the occasion. It's a occasion. Tanate la Kala units any the Yunde goes in the 10 million a kegani daddy.
Able to touch on what needs to be done, but in total, I'll have Jim respond. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Mr. Martin. Madam Chair. 176 KC is la ne child. Clears on the car. I see tiny KC M&I construction project. Candigo Magatan Dani de and they 11 ans they got the 22, 23 Rani de. Ta yun de canaz de backlog of Gusha. So long this Magaita Kamikoya Candigo Kala Danet 40 million thousand Lani then Zuli needs. Aji Heshu. I see the case, Kelu. Get out the question of the easy because the other sound was it the cousin. That auction of words as one data here is yet a writer. Is it the tabletop number on it? That is the Kedati members he could join us and the mercy.
We all struggle to do that for the territory, but can I just get a bit more explanation on what having a $40 million annual infrastructure deficit means? That
40 million the housing corporation cash 40 million and they take no idea the Cindy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I will defer that question, the answer over to Jim, and it's quite significant with the amount of assets that we do have on the ground and what we're able to repair and we're not.
Mr. Martin at India, Masi Ka teacher Kaji Gatson Dashi, Hajonzi Kati Lenite, that the capital son Basila, Dulacatile, Kashan Denis Ulines who can't delay. Yundani Zarukura Tiande, he's a Keshu. I do mean I say, teacher Kegan Tani de 80% of Casey Rokandi. Hold that the teacher Kani de Hita the Megaita teacher Casey down the Shaythically the investment of Casey right as a go on the Massy. Techo Massy, Madam Chair. The song about the case of Taco Zedeke is the case so easy cutting the Canizum. That is the case la Maganda. The fourth province case la 21 units na hits a Candigo, it's a Taisi Lagacala, says 18. That is the case. Tu could the contract here. Can't you the case la key program the Kigani Kiss one at this? Tis a case la the da he client got any there. Could say can't go what it leani the cargo could lean as you make a 90 could make a somebody with the end. Each program is a pathway out of ownership. Kota the case car can't do see la Tennessee can't do question out the easy case can't eat and Naya Tele. That's sooner out at least the Kigani day. Ijidana Kikati ya the end of Masi.
Our community boarded up for quite a number of years.
The foundation ke hold on. The Talosi came at the Handias Lani de Uti Jod. Can't you the Kesi gotten the crazy Hadigalagan Dani de Ajonsi la Candisi la Canite Nani Talagin la Tan Taru Nani Tale. It's a Candila see Raganta, see an agony de. Tis a case on Sandida. Meganesians in Lani de Tulenata continue to new one della e down dia. And they do the Senate in Candu to na da unit Cecilia Cayon delay.
Minister of Housing Corporation.
Thank you, Madam Chair. For those further details, I'll turn the response over to Eleanor. President Young. Thank you.
Thank you, President Young.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair, Nakiti Begaita Amen Isaac, Hajiteke la Tule, Senate Intercation, Cantin de la Tule, Machino de Tezatile, Canti Cagondiani de the Foundation Gulia de Leatule and the Caca de Leatula, and this occasion, to the Foundation occasion. Can't you this occasion any day? Can't Dagulia the Lizaki as go the foundation zeki. Can't these are rats and Tatulian. See, do Casita. Ta Santi Dasi, Casalia to Leni de Haji Downy la the Kizika to le Sete Leali. Can't you not human daddy quita? She to let the units in out the Lizaki Dani de to le sen Senatitlan to the Machina the Dendi Massi.
Member for Decho.
Merci, Madam Chair. Merci for that brief explanation. The people moved out of most of these units or gave them up because of the mold issues. And I stated that, you know, when you have a
Kandi di tandi holni de kesi da kharda shusan khatanda. Taji kandi si metse foundation da kaza chwindela hon tule ne zu de jitezin lani de tule sena zatli. Me foundation ni lego di mete jitiayan. Tada sago zela da sao ze segelia. Ka son bashi kyo ze siya. Ki mogo zan delo zi ke sena ze yin kachukana tia sena ze yin yiwa resin. Eji te kesi la ti si la tu te kotlin te ke ji si la ka kondi ko tako da tsele te kesi kandi ye gong yo go da doti te construction yi gala gyunta ne se go tia zhong te kesi la tu go tja zu le nes ne zwa zu le kandi ni de ti tene si tu le ga tene le ni de ownership a tse le tu le eji di unit te kesi yo masini.
I like her commitment there. But it's her commitment. I don't know if it'll actually happen, but I really hope that it will. I'll be watching these projects moving forward anyways to see that they're being done properly from the ground up. You've got 15 units public housing. Is that the rental units? And what kind of
public housing te ke tse tashi ni da jila renting units elima da yen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. On this list, all of these units are public housing units and home ownership.
The home ownership on that public housing te ke ya.
Member for Decho, can you just repeat?
Asking if these were the public housing units, are they the rental units? And my question was, what major retrofits are being conducted on these units? Masi.
Ayila me ke gala ta de ke jiwala si di units ke. Masi, Madam Chair. Yize ke la ki kandi na te le te koi on so te si Vice President I do see. Te kesi la ka public housing te kesi unit is sent out te in. How do you make a gala ta te ke gani te ka ne zua te le te kesa gazan da renovation te ke me go go tin te me ga sent out te ti te kesi o yo kaya ki ti hale. Ko te di foundation te kesi ju sent out te le ti. Kandia mo da tin.
Member for Decho.
No further questions, Madam Chair. Merci.
Thank you. Member for Montfouille.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I see here major retrofit for Pacheco. It says 22 units, so it's PH, so it must be public housing. And then I see Wati, 1 unit. How come Gamity and Wigwiti are not on the list for?
You kids ke ko tachi la dan ja le di ju te ke le. Gamity ze ke si di ti ka. Futli kwe ze ke si won la gini. Ta ji ze ke si kan di si ti la ki shagi na ke te ko ze ji ze ke se ga su le. Ko tli a go cha ko ze ti kan di si ru ga zan. ta ko tse chu 23 units in Ogunde, ta ji te keisi la Shimagant. Ta ji te keisi a se te kadin di Dene Zhatıé masi. Ka di te keisi wo ka se te kadze dia. Di te keisi la di tue se argent te keisi se dit li agon di unit te keisi tu te kotlindege. Ita ji te keisi honet a di te keisi la di unit te si la tu me gaita ji di me te ona hutu me ke gala ta te keisi gaita. E ko di cho se na te se chule di peshe konte ke ta ji te ke la on se vice president Mr. Martin at Undiente. Masi the investment de ke garega peshe konte ke si me gaganda te ke si hadi se na te ke gani de 22 units si te ke si ye si kan di si me ke asit ya zego o ti te ke si ho haji te ke si ha ta ti te ke si gam ti ko ti te ke din di gam ti te ke ni de 28 units ko te ti te ke si ka gam ti te ke si la tu me gaita si la 86% land ta 83% ona ta ji te ke si me gatan ta ni de ka me ko ni ante ta ne te go ai go te 16 years on the committee work ti la 18 years ta ti unit te ke si kan di ya se lai si kan zo ita ko te shu ka ne zhagu te da ti housing corporation is in 22-23 te ke gani de kan zo age le ande ti te ke si machine committee te ke si la su la te ta te ke si ki mezu ko te da si jus sumo ko amila me ta te la de ti te ke si ga ti kan ti te ke si ki se na te ke ni di le ka te le azo ka se te le azo ka mo ri shu wa ti ji shu ti ta ke si ki nane tene si ko ta si ji ka mo ri shu ki seniors complex in the do sanage ko te kala de jari senior complex ko le de hala ita ko te ida te ko ka si ko jona ke te ko te si ka te si ka e ke na ge ndi son di si furnace chu ya hul tu si ka ko ti e ji te ke si ka mo ri shu se kan se chu ni si yo se te ka ge ta ji te ke si ehtiyon te le ta te sa zan dia zo ti li cho ze ke si na ki ka ti housing prices 90 ita ti te ke si la ti he si yigagan da yigagane ta o te ni de ka ti le undi ga go te si ka ke din di national tv ga de ita ka ji te ke o di ti we klu a zo ko ji se na gi ta ti ko sa ko ta ka gin la ta tu na ki te ke si ga ta ko te ki te ke si ga tan da ki ta ti ji me te services ga du su chu le chu chu le ta ka kon di ka ko ti ki ta ji te ho da se on da ji ta ti on da ti me ga ye ja ze ke si tu ka kan di si la band aid ke solution is da ta ji te ke si right ti la public unit is agent di home repair project ke budget se on Dene Zhatıé ta ti te ke kan ti te ni Dene Zhatıé Kandigo TSCC KC Kotagura Kejon Nazekari Shenet Estile Ijidaones Segasule Andianti Tiso Tizi Kenonezuna Geteze Kende Konezugua Gutia Eta Ejite Keshu South Leono units on the Kitty Otionde Gilati do riot how you da right is a case in this one. Massini.
Thank you, Member for Montfouet. Minister for Housing Corporation.
Madam Chair, and thank you to the member for all those questions. So, you know, at Beshako right now, we've got for our repairs for this year, it's 22, she's right. But then also for the
Beshako 22 Katiati, got there 6 units to go here. Is a case 90 units. Come a key, got a what is a case you key. Got a chu the repair program the case Ranta Gilano Tende Mone Zegundene Tago di the case di Onda the key. What in GCO? Got a Aji the kitty 90 units a cane de car. Soon the son Bazwate on Gizeki Mary Daddy Galite. Daji the Kizzy Ganda, he goes on a good Koze Shiganta as not the K North to G. He does the Kiatlon Telediti, Katia and the Cantuna, he did the Kizzy Gaita. As Jean said a good Lediti already. Massin. It had to President Yankadundin. It's a Kiziko Tata Kizad. Question committee members jacket is repairs again. Because a good reason Satagete is a Kirkagondi. That go question the Kizi Kotanagade in Laney day. The nation condition the units and the Nyagete. Kotezi on Dazi Kandiga da Jishu Kandi is Queen Lucky Daisy, the Kesi was in Tagu Lizzy duplex and Yagoganilla. Queen the Kesi Kandisi, Queen Lagon, dear lay Kawakago Chale. That is the Kyokago Titi, Tanazek. Sure, Dele. Ita the nation condition again, dear Tule. It's a case in Kudiagan, Ladanagan, Niagua, Newton, London is one as you can't out Kitaki, you won't walk on Daisy. It's a unit to say, Kayuji, Nugget Tego to the Jayagan in Shard. Go what is there to lend it down there? The county the cases, the car, 6 years on bar to lay again, let do car on the county go on the massy. She said, Kotagoda Teleteke Ati, Katiandi, the 22 units a case, Ka Asita Kesi Kandi, tendency Kenagi and Dini, then do the cards, do the number one lecture. Adia Corporation do a Tatagat in the Zeke, doing the Zekarasi, Massini. Massy, Cam Lake. Minister, you go going there is public housing units a case, public housing units a case. Done it easy la do mesu sela. Tis a case.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll turn the response over to President Martin. Thank you.
Vice President Martin.
Oh.
Madam Chair, do the Kegatan that a case Housing Corporation do 102 do send out the list.
I think the question was sitting empty with no O&M to repair them.
You may do that. Do that, Madam Chair. 102 units is the other repair. Do is housing corporation is the case.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Are there any other units other than the 102 that are currently under repair that are sitting empty that might not?
It's a Kelatana de la Medu 102 case to send out a year.
Martin respond. Thank you.
Vice President Martin at the end. Madam Chair. Do housing corporation is 26 units 102 AC do keep send out the equal the Machina tele. Housing corporation is using he send out the standards contain the delay machine of the day Cindy.
Thank you. Member for Cam Lake. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, does the Housing Corporation have a list of how many units require repairs?
Repairs major reminder tau the color Eugenia the day. Now, they need them as I said, what's a cut in the end. Minister, she's the case that on it, repairs the Lassie Curtis. Not any them or get a Zella good than a the machine.
Okay, thank you. Member for Cam Lake. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, can the Minister give us an idea of this list that they have, the very detailed list?
Chitule Nazekati, Titanet Ezekio, the Zin out at Lizekio Yen. Tizekesi la Magazanda, the unrepaired Kesi in Northwest Territories and the Ajon the Kesi Candia the Legade. The Vice President Pardon Yiki on the Atelier. A housing corporation is ka agency kaganeta. Here's on the agent ke. Hotelita tule send out the Kesi Gazandas, got the send out the in the Keganite ka and this in Gaita. That two agents Hitler to the sea. Candigo can't a seasonless mecanita. Tis a casing. Hajo Tika, Tantas home by the scenes at Lasin Dadia Laita. He owns a city material city at two cast on at the son batigo, some coins and out of lady in his one dot. That is tea is a casity is a second year. Kakodi 40 million landing. It's a Casey got and 40 million the Casey without Mercury-Jana says you want to see Massey.
For that, and I always feel very rude with my back to them, so I'm sorry for that. No, so thank you very much for that clarification. And we did get a good news story this week from the NWT Housing Corporation, and that was an influx of $93 million to housing in the Northwest Territories. So kudos to the Northwest Territories Housing Corporation.
The Housing Corporation, the Casey is the Kandesi, a G, the Sombat and the Massey, Kohot on you Caricine, the Massey. It is 93 million the Casey, Tanet la the Tana Teshida the unit and the
Thank you, Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll have Vice President Martin respond. Thank you.
Vice President Martin.
Vice President Martin. You do work with the capital plans at Kesigat and Dani de Ka 93 million. Go to GC Haney de Ka 50.5 million long theatre. That is the case. And the other the machine. $213 units is on because 113 nearly repair. That the Kigan Dani de 176 units is on. In the 213 case, 37 units is on the other side line. The county the Kigani de that the other deals in London is within a Jiwaris. 176 was a 37, and the other one is you and I say Jidawaris. And Ka Estianella, the president did the Wogundayan. Madam Chair, Kaji Housing Corporation, the KC, Kandigo Galagan Datu. Ita the case maga to the assessment again that tea on the Zigote, Candice Kadi, Tanite Chude, Tanete on the easy condition, Nakikatu and Daddy Galaita, some but the Ketade tea as in constructions or the co repairs the case you hear on the. Dice que la si tu le me gatan da di son pa ze ke si tana te se la si go ze dan di men da di gala zan da ze ke mu kyu ru jan ne sen di. Dice que si tu ka go dice que si housing corporation ze ke si ye ga gen da da di tu si a si so
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I think what we could do would be put together an idea of what
and then there's also to lay more that in Halley. This occasion, Mercy.
Madam Chair, it strikes me quite interesting that, or it strikes me quite hard that one of the biggest uncertainties in the Northwest Territories is housing. Even for the Housing Corporation, how to operate, how to build new houses, how to maintain existing ones. And so I'm wondering if there is a plan within the Housing Corporation, either with
the Housing Corporation la si plan goza down the mendadi sombar and daddy galatan tate kia the si mega plans on the corporation jedi.
Build new ones, but also house the people of the Northwest Territories. Thank you.
Thank you. Minister of Housing.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The corporation works very, I want to say, extensively with the Indigenous groups and with the smaller
the Indigenous groups, the Honda Huti go on. This occasion, contenders are the Dinazata getting the other day, Quincy in Northwest Territories in Ijizoin Co. Around the home ownership to Gaita to take out in day, because any day, car not say on. Candigo, this occasion, is the Asil, Candida Casey. make it then the says let's say any day the corporation is in the DSI Gagana to Unizik. Because the Shasi Solan di method la dandi galata ki gani de. Agent de Tegotlin de Rani de Kago di Yan the Godi Cha is the Kea. Do not the Tezeki the Coco de Ji is the Kea Mokaya and Tikago de Tiagute.
Just in regards to time, I'm going to move on to the next member for Tabacha.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You know, when I look at all these
the 23 units is in Kayatha La Haver, the Kasin, got 1 unit is in the Kigatan. O Didi Agut, a good Tashi Gandhi Moratile. Is the Honda Sisagasule.
to be more accountable and transparent with these, with the way it's listed here on the project listing. It has to be more, there has to be more detail by community and the
Tandira la thitlia, tandi thiathilia, she's a case the numbers in Mercury, say that the accountability the case will go see the Hamid Lazago to Tauti Modatile. That's you what is.
Madam Chair, that I'd like to know the allocation for the 12 units out of Fort Smith.
What the 12 units on the charge case.
Thank you. Minister China.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't have that detail in front of me. That's allocated for in the dollar amount for.
Member not any
Well, you know, how could you pass a capital budget without the detail? Especially when we're so compassionate about housing. You know, I have people out of Fort Smith who I've been trying since, for over a year now, since 2019, since 2020, July, to the same people are still trying to get into public housing and they still haven't got public housing. Yet there's 12 units that are...
12 units, he didn't because I want the nation you could go target into you, Tagago, they go get targeted. A town did a good case you. That do that the borders in the Zugundi country now, Kala, go country go to Hayagute. That got the do, do key the nation woman shelter jacket, the oh, Quaco Teledan, the Kigakota. Da seen the child. Da dagi kandi the case, Quaco Telego the kandi, Quaco Luyago, Laji the Kiwara, she down did a kandi go. Tis a case or do cut Dinan Diagoton, was a chosen day. Da Sonlandi Candini de Ki down Diaguste to the Gotlin day. Da tis a case kandi. So dizzy cook on dinner, say she died the Sinji, goes and did
say these things during budget time. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member Minister.
Madam Chair, and I hear the member about, you know, about the allocations and the wait list, and it's something that we
day to the Gotlin day the case. The Queen is taking is a sword. Here's a coat taguste, the comic as a go. Is a key. Coach as you decandi say now the question out the she outly need. Candigo ni take cargo de Gina Hishu. Gala the Quinte Kishikari Yasala Zekigazan, the Somba Zekishun Zekarusienes, is a Kishia. Vice President Martin Yogontiatule. Madam Chair, the 12 units of KC Tayogonte Tamachashi Housing Corporation is 180,000 Nigani Lagutata Yatagani. That is a KC, the Tanet capitalism is a Kigain Tani, the Housing Corporation is chain of blue cheese a KC, the Honeta. The key public document has a lot. Ita is the Kani de Megatan Tatu Land and not Dane de Antigo. Tis a Casey Gatan Tani de Asi Shena the Izeke Yagatanta. As Yatule Mogoze Katseti, Tanete Somba, Daisy or Massin.
Vice President Martin, member for Tabacha.
Madam Chair, my next question is, what is the total amount for, I'm sure someone asked that question before, the total amount that we're using for retrofits in this budget? Is it the large capital projects or?
In a chart that I still thought the budget that I ended, I don't go on dandy.
So that's what I'm trying to get at, okay? So 12 units at, say, 180,000. Yeah.
180,000, 12 units. Kids a case, I would do you order Tizon. The son but the Kikandisi, and Danity Lady Day, 200 continue to have all. Is it the 12 units? Is 180,000 alien? Is it the Jimurate?
Is with each community. And the other question that I want to ask while I'm at it is who decides which units are going?
Amita Hardala the units is in the Housing Corporation Tower, in Lenny the project management tower, down Tida Seni Darna Ha dissertation. The Amidila Metlazico dissertation neutral board in there, down the Data here on the dissertation. Yamiki Jonathan, Masi. Vice President Martin Yogundayan, J.K. Coyote. Madam Chair, is it a case la Housing Corporation is Solandi the businesses he can't do Uganda, because a downty as the assets here, Rogaita. The Ajit the KETC, the Ajit the Kirko Galita, Cut is a case here, Gadi. Tanete on Tezina Kikama or Kirijon, Nesumendati Galaita, Cotachucotana Siricum as a land, Moranise, Ketana Genata Tezekazia, the local housing association. Da Tishukandisi Gaita, da Asi Coti Charter, the group vicinity, Seniki Arm, the Jizekazia. Mercy, Madam Chair. Here's on the land.
Thank you. Member for Hay River South.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I guess the first question is, you mentioned there was 122 or 102 empty units that are being renovated. Can you tell me how many tenants had to be relocated and from
Tanete la Guli Zenyazi Ati Kandi sent out the Eze Kani de Yendi, 120 Zekian, Hilver South Cotetanatine. Is it a Kela Jose Tese Chile? Not the indicative monetary what the end.
Or no, sorry, President Young.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And of the 102
102 units kesi 102 COVID-19 je honda je kesi je honda da najren ida 4 units si la ka di o se la tene je ke yi na ke te ta yi je ke la tane te si je ke units si la tene na ke te si on jaya jaza ke je argent le ka je ke ji da de kwaita haji di la ne zunko gala tauli ni te ya kanita je ni de katule da de ko gala ita ta di le gala ita je ke ji de masin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I'd ask the Minister as well, you know, if we have to, if tenants have to be relocated, who covers that cost? And also,
Yona kuli tena ke te ke gani te la mi ni la yegana gondi ji te ke hoyani.
Thank you. Minister of Housing Corporation.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll have President Young respond. Thank you.
Thank you. President Young.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So if there are costs such as disconnect.
President Young ati hote power tao tere chi te ke gani te yesi la Housing Corporation nagendi. Is ke ko te shi ti te ke kandiane. Ko te ni de tule se na se i te ni de katule ti ti ke nagendi o tandi nan de gadia again. Si son pa te ke si o kandi wa ti ni te gulien.
Member for Hay River South.
I'll just move on here. I think I kind of got the gist of it there. I guess the next one is that, and I think the member for Cam Lake alluded to this. I'm not sure if she got the answer. There are 102 units vacant and being renovated. Can you tell me how?
102 units, not a tele. Because I te la ki me nijina te tele ko se na te indi. Iji te ke Vice President Martin adundi. Ti ajon unit te ke sin la. Ajon sa go shwa te hiyo tele. Adu di tine wana te kunde yan. Ma 202 se na te equalize te lion do.
Thank you. That's it. Oh, sorry. Of all the units that are vacant,
all unit is 102 vacant unit. This case because a rohosi kagoton mega somba se la senazeli John Takoti Northwest Territories unit is the case kishi sella kikala somba meganit on the senazeli. It's a Gillian yen. $102 senatedly. The other Kosana unit sila, the method lala ko si idinye jise lali with the end.
Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll have President Young respond. Thank you, Madam Chair.
President Young.
So thank you, Madam Chair. Of the 102 units.
102 units, 23 is a unit, is a COVID unit. Because the unit Kesiga Kala Metata deal. There are 23 on there. Because my order see like the unit is in any day. Two senators in Leni, the senators there. Megason by the Laji take the car, because the budget the car. Megason by Zinini as go. do down the more that is you can do la 102 units key, Mijina Zhatıé and the machine.
Is that out of the 20-some hundred units that the Housing Corporation has, there's only 102 units that are sitting empty right now.
102 units, that's a major, like you know, Mijina Zhatıé machine.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And out of those 102 units, are any of them slated for sale to clients? And if so, how many? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair, 102 cases, 71 units, Jakako 90 in Leni, they Nagot and a late hour. The 100 units, Nakikala says he do. But the two Mijina Zhatıé and Himasi.
Member for Hay River South.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So it's interesting to hear that you might sell them or you might tear them down. So it's, I'm not sure what kind of shape they're in. And I guess that kind of leads up to my next question here is, of those units, of the stock that we have, how many are deemed beyond repair? And yeah, how many are deemed beyond repair as of today? Thank you.
President Martin respond.
Vice President Martin, Vice President Martin, Madam Chair, do is Tanya, is the Kegan Dani de Tanya Mugonandia, Tanya La Sicilia Tulin.
Thank you. Member for Hay River South.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And the units that are deemed unrepairable, is there a dollar value that you look at?
Jida Sena Tia Tuisila, some barley Gazanda is a case. Tandida Lanaki Miranda is a cure, Tandi Kandima Wati.
Oh, thank you, Madam Chair. There is a term for it. I'll have Vice President Martin answer the question. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Vice President Martin.
Vice President Martin, Masi Tati Kesi Gaita, Magaita Keni de Ajidi la Method la Tule, Tandi Sena Tia Tule si Gaita. Ta Kesi Meti Honda, the guidelines method la, the Koteni de Catelia Tulin de Catule Casite. Can't you? Mandati Shukaita Kesi in the Masi.
Member for Hay River South.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I guess the next question is, the ones that will be sold to, or the ones that you said were either going to be deemed not, that ones that couldn't be occupied.
Kote tu Mijina Zhatıé Keji Tagazanda, Kotendala Nautane Leazete, it's a Keji Megainda, Kotendaru Kagoto go 90 Dindi. Ta Tite Kandi Ranite, Kote Snauten Leshu Aleko Sena Zhatıé de, Ijila Si Megainda. Ijila si Tanetina di Wotati Senazita the method lion de go 90 nide. Ijite Kesi la Tite Kesi la Yuntagoze Niginida, Zetai Keni de Catule Cosini Tarna Atana Zetagantina Gundigini nide. Coteni de 100%. Without the line, the Catule Corporation is federal funding and the Latule.
How does, I guess, the concerns such as asbestos and mold play into deeming the facility or the unit unusable? Thank you.
那是 unit 的是来给me打着第二轮的当掉嘞。是对起来看们打的一个真的汤的，看这来的是现在的来，现在是汤是这给个真的，因为那个那地汤 Vice President Martin 的话呢，这个人的。Merci Madam Chair. Ici c'est que si gaita agent ça c'est les magasins quand ça dit c'est là c'est les tous les des gaita dans des sont pas mais sécurité et que ici quand dia gaita les da dit c'est que si quand dit des cas c'est dit là tous les nids quand dit go dit c'est que gatin da quand c'est dit c'est les à tu quand c'est tu ni des quand dit si je ni de là以后呢，在鼓励这样子去啊，这个是看到他的上这爱惜这个没得讲。去过那地啊，那去开始呢，过那地啊，那个地啊，哎的。是。
I guess the criteria used to deem the unit that it should be torn down. Can you tell me, give me some idea of what that criteria is? Thank you.
他的听的脑子呢，留在没打在第二人的。
Member for Nanakput.
卡，对Nanakput这个，第17 unit 这个用的，这个 Sachs Harbor, Tak
In this, I really am having a tough time.
第二种，没打木的，这个空要这头跑了他拉当的屋了，很大这地的那的，这块这个，这是拉些，这个是，这个我搞了地就，这service 的那个看见的对了。25 people is right. Get in here to the politics and you what is.
Writing has, you know, the Weber units built in the 1960s and 70s.
That the Korea only in 1960s, 70s, the Kiana is a Kikota, the Kisatun on the Ade. And they go the 2 units, the Kigat and Dani, they send out the Kigani, the third on was. 他是在讲的地毛在地上面打的，是的，他是看地上面打着这些在给用的，是可能是看地古林的状态呢，看地古林，上去看公里是看地是那个的，他是那用那这个的是。
A family will take like a young family. I'll take a room, you got a 4-bedroom, you got 4 little miniature families, and you got mom and dad sleeping on the couch.
这单呢，看的是那个店里的，单呢看的是，看的这个是，看的可能是那个店上个的，那呢就会提个那个呢提了一下的是，他都看人，每个长大你的。Die families is ik gehad dat die COVID-19 zeker je met jouw hoedje die echt die onder mental health hoedje. Als ook het hij zeker hoedje onder die leadership zeker aan deze daar kon je tu na gitan die aan die kon je de onze ten na kon dat zeker die ne minister. Politics or
Thank you. Minister of Housing Corporation.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm just trying to add here really quickly. We don't have any repairs for Polytech. We
repairs will let Polytech on it. 15, 17, and I put quotes at you. Ten unit, you knock put quotes 2, 4 for tuck, 4 go. Is the case you can't do it. That D okay.
First. That's good news. I'm thankful for that. It's any.
Masi, 大陆其他是早地安尼的，马现在下子讲，对当地的这个安尼的，马喜欢那弄块，是闹这这个啥，的 COVID-19 这款到会掉过的，但是这个是的 mental health 这个那里是哪的事。
Patients for families. I got people living in tent frames. It's like the member from Vechico. So I'm really, I'm at a kind of a loss.
The non-administrative tent frame, you quite like it. You don't see all of the nation conditions are quite go can you tidy the Honor guy was in a he harder to need. Federal government see it do some but go to can as the government see hey, value and Daco neither.
I always want to, like I talked about this before, but now we're right at the 2-yard line basically to kick it over is to bring private business in to build the units. And will the minister or the government be willing to put 25% down on?
25% is you can get you. The quick go to the Kenny, they are the scene. There's no contracts here. The companies are in Tambour and they go down. Naki harder as a market housing taking naturally. As wrong as he. And this is she done it and go if he not that they he not get the ministry government the case to let legal again that is to in a second. The county quiz the key out this year and then.
Private companies to come in and do the work on their behalf to get those houses in there sooner. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister of Housing Corporation.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to the member. They're very passionate, and I did go into his riding this year, and I was able to see firsthand the housing condition.
Go the leadership the case you go because the government is continue the catule in that tag was a tiny day to the county the quick work well this is you want to see that is the case you the ticket on a good and the machine.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Nanakbut.
That's all. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Frame Lake.
Thanks, Madam Chair, and thanks to Emily for Nanakbut for giving me his time. I'm trying to reconcile the news release that went out a couple of days ago from the Housing Corp. It says there's an extra $93 million.
93 million the because the come kaya the lego kashimugan the 93 million is in Danito because Tandila la key Jomoda tile federal contribution take Tandia Kitty Tlazy Nason by sea Jun Nakina gets a lalon.
Look this way for the Housing Corp, so maybe.
Member, Minister of Housing Corporation.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I will have President Young elaborate on the response. Thank you, Madam Chair.
President Young at the end. Madam Chair. She Dandi Modi Shawala Mr. Martin the corporate structure the federal contributions the federal is home by seeing that with any the capitals out. Candigo is a case la Candia in line de Vice President Martin di Diari or Gondin is ready. Madam Chair. That is a case gotten then it is home by sea. Candisi 94 million capital issue on. Ita gotten tiny day 25 March 2021 a coup and a who did a few guy not Taze choose a case. It could have gone. Ita Housing Corporation is in ADTC, Candisi financial statement Danigile. Dala the revenue on it. And you call Megala and that's a chaotic. And this is do guy the coin that I was. Cause the chua 25 million is in. Nahete as in la. Jacola do I go on. He's on by Sila revenue on the financial statements here. That is the Kerati 5 million in Razanda. That the capital project is. That is you see 22, 24 the key on the end. Can't the other Sombayata lies the key.
Sure, yeah. If I thought I was confused before about the Housing Corporation, that one really, anyways, look, you guys got to find a different way to present this stuff, sorry. If it takes a schedule or a note or something, you got to find a better way to present the
This is the final, so the case the ozen is after as on Segahesi now the he conclude that goes the Kiwose Gidan. That is the case, that goes the kids a day.
With all due respect, I know I'm supposed to be addressing you, Madam Chair. I think it would be much more helpful if the Housing Corp could find a much better way to present this than what I see here. And I'm just going to go on to the next item. I think I heard that there's a 20-year, some sort of 20-year assessment or capital plan that the Housing Corp has developed. Can we please get a copy of that? And I guess that
the Housing Corporation the 20 years ago, the planning was it to the Gagil, a Catule Castle, the machine.
Member for Frame Lake.
if you want to call me a minister, I'll take it. Thanks, Madam Chair. So next question, is there any calculation of like deferred maintenance for the Housing Corp, and what is that figure, and what is
the maintenance Vice President Martin is you Kayoti. Masi, Vice President Martin. Is it a case that the infrastructure has on it? You was a he. That is the case in the own Ajidi Dandi and Ajite the case or the Emila the Kita major renovations the case in Dao Kunagai is you got it land the end, the Masi. Jatanete on the end. Vice President Martin is in Coyote. Vice President Martin Attila is a Kenny day 1 million Ozekwa on the end.
Thank you, Vice President Martin. Member for Frame Lake.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I don't know if I should laugh or cry. Okay, clearly we're not spending enough on housing. I think I made the point. I really look forward to seeing this 20-year capital plan that's going to cost $1 billion. So I think I heard a commitment, though, as well to the member for Cam Lake that there was going to be some kind of an outline or a rough plan for getting our housing out of core need. Is that what I heard? Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member. Minister of Housing Corporation.
Framework the kaya di tien di ki ne di solen.
Provide us with a plan to get our
Minister situle di plan de kesi kandisi na zeni yi chuyen di masi.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We are just under a renewal right now that we're.
Du kola mo ne size me ke gala ta de kesi o. Ita kandia si klia tu len. Merci, Madam Chair. Ka, it's a kesi ka, a shasi clear tule. Can't you call us on but the keju that night the kia? I see some make a continued is a case on but the kesi. That is the kesi, that can't it the kegani day, Magatan thousand sustainable security the keji yati. And this is down the and dago, I just on baggets and tea, Yahutli Magatan Diendi.
That there's probably issues with sustainability, finding the money, but if we don't have a plan to get our housing out of core need, we can't formulate an ask to Ottawa. And we don't have a plan to deliver adequate, affordable, and I think it's suitable housing for our residents. That's the importance of getting this plan together. I've been
Jina had a plan good lean de down the city to it I was on a take the see da assembly is the cute cutting in scene le Kachuji the county plan a head sail de 2 hours that it was an Akitini the Tiago ole. Cause any day can't dear to a second Tiago ole. Yeah, right as go. 2 is all the Cadesiago ole car. The administration is Yagazanda, like he says there was a other some banagine wanted a car. Now he see candy that's a plan as a Kosana can does go on this in Nahuka County Nago was all. You are the same as any mercy.
Thank you, Member. Committee, seeing that there are no further people on my list or questions, I remind the committee that the estimates for the Northwest
Committee is the capital estimates information item. That is the case you go the Northwest Territories Housing Corporation the case on the page 67. That is the case was seen the Daudi committee see car. Northwest Territories Housing Corporation charge more noted. Masi Family, Madam Chair, DC Chair, she called out the Kazuka, and then as you had Masi Minister, Sergeant of Arms, you want to say, Chambers the Kazuka Calgary, Masi. Merci, Madam Chair. The chair is la car. Tilenita got in dinner. That is a case car key. I don't know nothing. I didn't there. Motion, Mercy, do cars in a stand. Mercy.
Report of
Report of Committee of the Whole, New Twin Lakes City and Atekat. Mr. Speaker, Committee C. Report 18-19-2. Report Committee 19-2. Roll. Kotazeki 437-19-2. That report is the progress. Agucha. The report is the 18-19-2. Zeki 19-2. 19-2. Kai. Ita Bill 24 Silaka. Third reading at the Tizekizia Azonga. Kandizim Masi to see Tayun the near Chunese. Sitio Zata Dendi. Grizzly. Azon and nothing. Roin Ami Lady Motion Tareto. Third reading of the bills. Ministry of Health and Social Service. Mr. Speaker, the KC Range Lake Kizan Act 31 KC, third time again, Mr. Speaker, is the recorded vote of anything. Mr. Minister, motion that to me done questions in the minister did the recorded vote wrong and nothing not a
The member for Yellowknife Center, the member for Thabacha, the member for Frame Lake, the member for Nunakput, the member for Cam Lake, the member for Yellowknife South, the member for Range Lake, the member for Great Slave, the member for Hay River South, the member for Montfouet, the member for Yellowknife North, the member for Dene, the member for Inuvik Twin Lakes, the member for Nahende, the member for Satu, the member for Inuvik Boot Lake, the member for Hay River North.
All those opposed, please rise. All those abstaining, please rise. The results of the recorded vote, 17 in favor, 0 opposed, 0 abstentions. The motion is carried. Bill 31 has had third reading. Third reading of bills. Third reading of bills. Minister responsible for finance.
Mr. Speaker, I move, seconded by the Honourable Member for Range Lake, that Bill 32 and
Bill 32 is the Northern Employees the benefits pension plans the Dumike Tuesday. That the Shugaka who recorded vote out anything to Masi.
The motion. Question has been called. Minister has requested a recorded vote. All those in favor, please rise.
The member for Yellowknife South, the member for Range Lake, the member for Yellowknife Center, the member for Thabacha, the member for Frame Lake, the member for Nunakput, the member for Cam Lake, the member for Nahende, the member for Satu, the member for Inuvik Boot Lake, the member for Hay River North, the member for Great Slave, the member for Hay River South, the member for Montfouet, the member for Yellowknife North, the member for Dene, and the member for Inuvik Twin Lakes.
All those opposed, please rise. All those abstaining, please rise. The results of the recorded vote, 17 in favor, 0 opposed, 0 abstentions. The motion is carried. Bill 32 has had third reading, sorry. Third reading of bills. Third reading of bills. Honourable Premier.
Mr. Speaker, I move, seconded by the
Speaker, this is the National Indigenous Peoples the Akasi Duka Tago to make a yatia the Shugaka who could voteness.
Motion is in order to the motion. Question has been called. The Premier has requested a recorded vote. All those in favor, please rise.
The member for Range Lake, the member for Yellowknife Center, the member for Thabacha, the member for Frame Lake, the member for Nunakput, the member for Cam Lake, the member for Yellowknife South, the member for Great Slave, the member for Hay River North, the member for Montfouy, the member for Yellowknife North, the member for Dutchow, the member for Inuvik Twin Lakes, the member for Nahende, the member for Satu, the member for Inuvik Boot Lake, the member for Hay River North.
All those opposed, please rise. All those abstaining, please rise. Thank you. The results of the recorded vote, 17 in favor, 0 opposed, 0 abstentions. The motion is carried. Bill 33 has had third reading. Third reading of bills. Third reading of bills. Minister responsible for finance.
Mr. Speaker, I move, seconded by the Honourable Member for Range Lake, that Bill 42, Supplementary Appropriation Act Infrastructure Expenditures, Number 2, 2021.
Motion is in order to the motion. Question has been called. The minister has requested a recorded vote. All those in favor, please rise.
The member for Yellowknife South, the member for Range Lake, the member for Yellowknife Center, the member for Thabacha, the member for Frame Lake, the member for Nunakput, the member for Cam Lake, the member for Great Slave, the member for Hay River South, the member for Montfouy, the member for Yellowknife North, the member for Dutchow, the member for Inuvik Twin Lakes, the member for Nahende, the member for Satu, the member for Inuvik Boot Lake, the member for Hay River North.
All those opposed, please rise. All those abstaining, please rise. Thank you. The results of the recorded vote, 17 in favor, 0 opposed, 0 abstentions. The motion is carried. Bill 42 has had
Bill 42
third reading of bills. Third reading of bills. Minister responsible for finance.
Mr. Speaker, I move, seconded by the Honourable Member for Range Lake, that Bill 43, Supplementary Appropriations Act Operations Expenditures, Number 2, 2021-2022, be read for the third time. Mr. Speaker.
Question has been called. The minister has requested a recorded vote. All those in favor, please rise.
The member for Yellowknife South, the member for Range Lake, the member for Yellowknife Center, the member for Thabacha, the member for Frame Lake, the member for Nunakput, the member for Cam Lake, the member for Great Slave, the member for Hay River South, the member for Montfouy, the member for Yellowknife North, the member for Dutchow, the member for Inuvik Twin Lakes, the member for Nahende, the member for Satu, the member for Inuvik Boot Lake, the member for Hay River North.
All those opposed, please rise. All those abstaining, please rise. The results of the recorded vote, 17 in favor, 0 opposed, 0 abstentions. The motion is carried. Bill 43 has had third reading.
Bill 43
Third reading of bills. Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, these cases were did to Bill 44 the case. Is the case with the Akasi was the Sombagoni, the case con DC 2020 was the 2021 the case do target to make it and the machine.
Minister. Motion is in order to the motion. Question has been called. The minister has requested a recorded vote. All those in favor, please rise.
The member for Yellowknife South, the member for Range Lake, the member for Yellowknife Center, the member for Thabacha, the member for Nunakput, the member for Cam Lake, the member for Great Slave, the member for Hay River South, the member for Montfouy, the member for Yellowknife North, the member for Dutchow, the member for Inuvik Twin Lakes, the member for Nahende, the member for Satu, the member for Inuvik Boot Lake, the member for Hay River North.
All those opposed, please rise.
The member for Frame Lake.
All those abstaining, please rise. The results of the recorded vote, 16 in favor, 1 opposed, 0 abstentions. The motion is carried. Bill 44 has had third reading. Third reading of bills. Third reading of bills. Mr. Clerk, orders of the day.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Orders of the day for Thursday, December 2nd, 2021, 1:30 p.m. Prayer, minister statements, member statements, returns to oral questions, oral question 846-19-2, recognition of visitors in the gallery, acknowledgements, oral questions, returns to written questions, replies to the Commissioner's address, petitions, reports of committees on the review of bills, reports of standing and special committees, tabling of documents, notices of motion, motions, notices of motion for first reading of bills, Bill 41, second reading of bills, consideration in committee of the whole of bills and other matters, Bill 23, Bill 29, Bill 30, Committee Report 20, Committee Report 21, and Table Document 437. Report of Committee of the Whole, third reading of bills, Bill 24, orders of the day.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. This House stands adjourned until Thursday, December 2nd.
December 2nd, 1:30 p.m. 我在考，那这样的没事。